Got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. Think I'd try this a new way. I'm gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me up tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time. You feeling alright? I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through, get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now.
Fine.
Oh, unnecessary.
Yes. Okay. Judging by the silence, I'm assuming we are live now. Of course, I know, because I can see the thing.
Nighttime.
But hey, guys! Welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons with us, the Black Tower Stories and the Adventures of Athoria. This week, we are going to crack the spine on Chapter 81, which continues along with our party hunting kind of two great beasts at once. One is a group of assholes who stole their identity and ran around destroying it. And the other is a presumably green dragon that's been seen in the area with a 5,000 gold reward for its handling. So, last time, Chapter 81, you guys had departed the city of Avedon, first time for some of you visiting, and headed kind of northwesterly on the tradeway, stopping at the hamlet of Greenbrier, which is just a small agrarian place in the outskirts of the city, primarily the collection of agriculture and woodcrafts to be brought in. Got a little bit of information there from the locals regarding the people you are after and what they were doing in town. And then notes saying that they continued to head west. As you followed their trail, you came to the outskirts of the village of Silverwood, meeting a traveling bard named Arden Bridesong in the wee hours of the morning. He gave you some information about the village before you guys headed in, and found a somewhat idyllic, picturesque meadow, typical fantasy shit environment, with lots of artists and creatives and crazy people, just enjoying the scenery. Spent a little time at the Silver Lute, the local tavern there. Spoke to first to Talon Shadowhunter, the local sheriff, And then later Darian Windrider, one of the ranger types, the outrunners that patrols the Silverwood at the edge of the village. Collected some information from him, and then you guys were meeting up right around lunchtime. I presume at the Silver Loot to get a meal and discuss next steps. Although I also believe Izal was waiting for Talon to finish up to rifle through some belongings. I do vaguely recall that as well.
True.
Yep. And you can handle that as soon as Talon is done fly fishing. Or just regular fishing, but... Today is yours.
I'm busy.
Yeah. Way to be a team player there, Jace. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Are there any shops in this town?
Not really. The place is small enough to where it doesn't really have a population that supports any permanent business, other than the tavern itself. You're sure, however, there are people in the village who perhaps perform a variety of crafts or things, most likely for barter, but perhaps for coin.
And I forgot, did you mention what day we are in?
I did not, but you guys are currently on the 46th day of the first seed, specifically right around noon.
I'm just going to walk around.
Okay.
Anything
else?
I will attempt to find some place to get something to eat, or yeah, let's just do that.
Okay. Caleb?
I'll walk around and chill with Red.
Okay. All right, Yandre, easy enough. The Silver Loot, place you have been previously, has a variety of meals that they're serving at the moment. Roasted chicken with herbs and garlic, served with a side of roast potatoes and carrots. They also have a shepherd's pie with mashed potatoes and vegetables, if that's something you're interested in. Either of those meals can be had for 3 silver. Perhaps a little expensive for a village like this, but gazing around at the food, it appears the cooking here is quite good, despite its remote location.
Cool. So I will lounge and just grab something to eat, maybe get a few drinks, until we get until I get some other information about needing to do something else.
Okay. So, Caleb and Volred, as you guys kind of meander through Silverwood, it's I used the word earlier, idyllic, and that's really probably the best word to describe it. The entire village is laid out in a series of a couple dozen buildings, at least of this part, that surrounds a green that seems to have 2 forks of a river. One more like a brook or a stream that seems to go through the center of the green, that lies between 2 kind of hillocks. And then another fork of the stream that lies on the western edge of town. That one's a bit shallower, wider, and that's where most people kind of do fishing. The central green area, most of which has been kind of left wild and is covered with tall grass and meadow flowers. And you can see like birds kind of shoot off from some of the rushes, as well as it looks like bees and butterflies and other pollinators, occasionally like some dragonflies kind of scooting about. Some of the area, however, is reserved for a large kind of fenced-in garden, like a community garden, that is just kind of going, and you occasionally see different members of the village kind of tending to it. There are other farms that you can hotel in the area that bring in food. This is just the one that's located here. The central locus, other than the tavern itself, appears to be a hill that lies on the western end of town, between the two river forks. It's one of the higher hills around, and you can see a number of individuals kind of perched on top of it, most of which appear to be artists of some kind, while a couple appear to be having like a picnic or some sort of lunch, or just enjoying the day. Anything of that kind of pique your interest initially?
Caleb, do you want to go talk to those artists?
Sure.
We will go to the artist.
Okay. As you kind of make your way up the hill, you pass a couple locals who seem to have been enjoying a bit of a picnic. They greet you warmly. And as you kind of round the top, you notice three individuals in particular. One appears to be a half-elven woman who has set up an easel and is in the process of doing a oil painting of the little village and the surrounding woodlands. Another appears to be a human individual who's kind of perched over, like sitting on the ground with his back leaning up against kind of a large rock, and is in the process of hastily scribbling loose leaf pages and kind of a leather wrapped folio, kind of muttering to himself, and he looks almost as like he might be singing or reciting some kind of line, going back and doing words, crossing stuff out. The last is a tiefling woman, wearing loose-fitting clothing, who seems to be in the process of kind of twirling swords, kind of as a dance. And occasionally you can see her kind of flick her wrist, and like little spurts of magic kind of pop up, and she seems to be kind of planning some sort of choreography.
I want to approach the woman who's painting.
Okay. As you approach the woman, she kind of stops for a second, leans back with her pal a little bit, kind of squints a little bit, taking in an area, trying to get like some details right. It seems she's trying to embellish a little bit on the silver lute. As you kind of approach, she kind of glances over her shoulders. He goes, "Ah, admiring the view. It is, of course, the best in the village."
The view is spectacular. It makes sense that one would want to paint such a beautiful landscape. I couldn't help but see how your progress was going. May I look?
Ah, yes, of course. After all, it's not as if you can copy it a whole bunch. One-offs. And she kind of takes a kind of step off to the side and actually kind of sets down the brush in the palette for a second, and kind of is cleaning herself up a little bit.
How good is the art from the point of view of Volred?
Quite good, actually. You can tell, like, this is definitely the kind of person that probably specializes in these kinds of landscapes. Who knows whether or not she'd be any good at a portrait. But with this particular craft, she seems quite skilled.
Wow, your skills are quite technical. Very, very precise. How long have you been painting for?
Oh, only about 30 years or so, I might say. This is number 168 in my collection. I'm a traveling painter, you see. I mostly travel up and down the tradeways, or stopping off at different locations, finding anything interesting. and capturing it the best I can on parchment or even canvas.
168 paintings.
Indeed.
So, of 168, what is your number one favorite that you've painted?
Well, one of my favorite is in Night Harbor. Um, I'm not sure if you've ever been there, but towards the southeastern part of town, there lies an island called the Abbey of Revelry. It's really only accessible during low tide, so there's only 2 times of day where one can come and go. It's a renowned, I suppose you would say, a place of entertainment. But there used to be a bridge that connected to the island that's long since fallen into disrepair. But there is a time when if you stand at the foot of that bridge and stand just so that the bridge continues onward, and you get to the island of the Isle of Revelry, and at sunset, it's just perfect. Especially that brief moment of time when the Abbey first starts lighting all of its torches. And so there's this beautiful chiaroscuro of light and dark. I must say that there's quite nothing I've ever painted like it.
That sounds absolutely beautiful.
Hmm.
Eric,
Well,
what did you say the name was of it?
it's called the Abbey of Revelry. Caleb would be able to tell you more about it. Specifically, it's a temple to the Akari god Balorian, who is a god of drinking, wine, and revelry. Basically, the Abbey of Revelry is kind of like a Moulin Rouge, where you show up near dusk, and it's non-stop partying until daybreak when the tide rolls in.
So, what Caleb will tell Volred is that is a god. What was the name of the god again?
Balorian.
Belori.
Balorian. He's on your list.
And I will essentially say that it's a god of partying.
Ooh.
So,
And how far away is that from here?
As the crow flies. Let me see here. So that's what.
6 seconds away.
Oh yeah,
Caleb, teleport now.
it's 160 miles by the road, which means that take you just over a week to get there, with mounts. Or you can go by boat, or you can teleport.
Caleb, we should go. It'll be fun.
There and back, real quick.
we can put that on the list of things that we want to go to. And we will ensure that I take you there. I think you'll highly enjoy it.
Well, it sounds like it would be a blast.
Oh, yeah.
I'll look back at the painter and ask her, "You travel often? It sounds. Have you been in this area for some time?"
Oh, I've been here, I would say, 2 or 3 weeks. Most of the days run together, as the weather has been relatively nice so far. And, well, it is quite beautiful. I usually stay long enough to complete my work and then move on someplace else.
Where
That's fair.
can one purchase some of your paintings?
Oh, well, that is quite interesting. I do have a place, a bit of a studio in Avedon. mostly just for the storing of my goods. And then occasionally, once a year or so, I go and auction them all off in order to fund my endeavors. Sometimes I can let them go more often than that, if needs for funding arise.
Quick question, Eric. Was Avid in the city where I broke into that artist place?
No, that was Ru Alatos, which you asked last week, too.
And I'm gonna keep asking, okay?
Yeah, you guys blew through Abaddon. You guys landed on a boat and left.
Not much to see.
Oh, it's pretty big,
Nah.
but it's just it doesn't have what you guys wanted there.
And we spent all of our time in Croissant. Anyways,
I
that
know
look has,
you know what it is. I
that look
know
has
you know
10
it.
out of 6 lightning damage written all over it.
a thunderstorm appears out of nowhere.
Oh shit, that's a good point. I didn't grab my
You haven't,
dice.
you haven't told me the weather.
I have not told you the weather. Here, let me get you the weather, okay?
I really hope it's the
Is
same
that-
weather as last time, because it's only been like 30 minutes in game.
Well, I have a question. Does the rift reach here?
No.
Okay. I would
You
like
can
a-
get weird weather, but it's unusual.
I would like a map of what all the rift weather touches, just for my own edification.
You have to buy that.
Anyway, Yandere, it is partially cloudy today, and you can see off, like in the far distant, kind of a dark line of clouds that's kind of moving northwest. So you guys probably wouldn't get any of that, but it could. But with very tame 3-mile-an-hour winds.
Well, Yandre's still eating and drinking, so he's good.
I'm going to ask the painter, or well, more so say to the painter, I was a little worried in stopping off here. My party is traveling westward, and we heard that there's been sightings of a dragon. Has anything weird happened while you've been here?
Weird? No, not exactly. We did have a bit of a commotion about a week or so ago. Some adventurers had come in town. They said originally they'd come to kill the dragon, but I don't think anyone here thought they could actually pull it off. As far as I know, they got in a little bit of trouble with Talon, the sheriff here, and he held them a little bit before they disappeared off into the night. We don't necessarily have a garrison or anything per se, so particularly resourceful individuals could escape if they need to. But still, they've yet to return. Although, I can say that from this hill, I did spot the dragon, I think. Or I think it might have been the dragon. Something flying off about due north of here.
Well, I will certainly be avoiding the due north in my time.
Well, that's quite unfortunate. It looks like it would have been around the Moonlit Grove. It's a section of the forest where several of the rivers actually converge. It has a remarkable series of small waterfalls that make the place truly beautiful, especially considering it's one of the hot areas of the forest. It really is a wonderful place to go and visit.
That sounds pretty, but unfortunately, waterfalls are a special source of trauma in my life. Especially in the caverns.
Well, that is unfortunate. There are quite not a lot, but there are some caverns over there, so alas, it is not meant to be. I did, however, at one point in time paint one, so perhaps I will make a point to get more copies of a painting such as that. And then you can stop by my place in Avedon, and perhaps I will have one for you.
Fair enough. I will stop by when I'm next in Avedon. What was your name?
Althea. Althea Brightleaf.
Pleasure to meet you, Althea. You may call me Volred.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice
Kind
to
of
meet
turns.
you. My name
Yeah.
is Caleb.
Ah, Caleb. Well, that's a symbolic name.
Very much so.
Well,
I will be stopping by your shop next time I'm in town. Hopefully, you're around.
yes. Yes, I would certainly hope so. I'd like you to see some of my other pieces. Uh, Worst case, one of the local auctioneers, an individual named Brayard. He usually handles all of my pieces, so perhaps you could check with him ahead of time and have him set something aside, or at least notify you if something becomes available.
Thank you. I will reach out to them. And I'll look to Volred to see if he has anything else to say.
I look back as in no.
Then we'll make our leave. Have a great day.
Thank you for letting me look at your art.
Quite happy. After all, it's always nice to see people intrigued in my work.
And it's quite beautiful. Caleb, would you like to speak with any of these other fine people on this hill?
What other people were on the hill? I'm trying to remember.
There is also a tiefling who does some kind of magical sword work, dancing wise, and then some dude who's talking to himself and scribbling down on paper.
Yeah, let's go with that. I gotta
I'll
find out.
let you lead the way on that one.
Okay. So you're gonna talk to the guy talking to himself?
Of course I am.
You look crazy.
Okay.
Did you think anything different?
I got you, Yandere.
Uh,
Yes, as you kind of approach, you kind of step in to his son just a little bit, and he kind of snaps up to look at you. Ah, um, apologies. Kind of looking at the two of you. I'm sorry, do you need me for something?
I'm more curious as to what you may be doing out here.
Doing, my good sir. I am in the process of writing my next epic.
Ah, traveling
Yes.
guard?
No. I am a playwright. Classically trained, of course, and I do most of my shows locally, but I did have quite a few shows in the capital, as well as Avedon and the theatres there. Perhaps you've seen some of my work. Marcus Thorne.
Do I recognize his name?
Roll a history check.
All right, let's do this. 26.
Yes, actually, you do recognize, or at least it sounds vaguely familiar. You're like, okay.
Was
You're
any
sitting
of
here
it
thinking,
really good?
here's the thing. Reasonably good, yes. The as he is known for writing very compelling characters, and you yourself were somewhat engrossed, it's just that his plots tend to be kind of intricate. So the normal people in the village, it's probably a little highbrow for them. But for a certain kind of people who are a little more learned about the world and storytelling devices and things like that.
So I would
Yeah.
have gotten it. Others would not have gotten it.
Yes, you would have thought it would be very good, but even you would have known this is why he's not famous. It's kind of like a George R.R. Martin, right? Like beautiful craftsmanship, but only real fans of the genre are ever going to take the time to read the book.
Yeah. So
And it's a similar thing here.
what is the name of one of his pieces that I would have liked?
Okay, let's see here.
Are you randomly generating a name?
No, I'm not randomly generating. I just, for whatever stupid reason, put that in a different section of my notes. Let's see, Marcus Thorne, playwright. Oh, where did I put that? You know what? I may have to randomly generate it because I cannot find the shit. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's a generator in here for that. So, yes. Sure. But interestingly enough, the one you recall that you saw was kind of a tragedy called the Feywild's Enigma.
And you said other people would essentially fall asleep during it.
Yes, it's kind of an interesting one because like that particular one is kind of a retelling of certain fairy lore in the sense that it includes thinly veiled archfey characters in the story about like what happens like when the Feywild like weakens and falls to darkness, and
Gotcha.
you know like there's a lot of stuff that comes in between the Feywild and the mortal realm and all of that kind of stuff. So it's like, oh, okay, that's really interestingly done, and you can tell that he did a lot of research on the Feywild. It's just like that lore dump is like so deep that it's like how do you keep the normal person cannot keep that many plot things because you kind of have to remember like the way something was said in a scene like an hour earlier kind of thing.
In that case, you wrote a Feywild's Enigma, correct?
Yes, of course. One of my earlier things, of course. And didn't do very well, though, unfortunately. In certain places, the Lady Isadora was quite a fan, I must say, but being an elf, I think she just got it more than most people did, you know? And
It was
perhaps
it was great. I highly enjoyed it. I don't think it would have. I think it would have been better in more short bursts over a long period of time. Simply because not everyone would have understood all the intricacies of the Feywild.
yes, that was a common critique. I must admit, I have quite a bit more experience now. Obviously, Shadows of the Forgotten Realm did much better. And of course, I think that had a lot more to do with the chaos and despair of my main enchantress character. I think people just resonate with incredible destruction more than anything else.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm interested in my new endeavor. Still along a similar, dealing with some darker themes, but it yes, I think it would be very, very good.
What's the working title?
Uh, I'm presently calling it The Cursed Kingdom. I know, somewhat droll, contrived, but it centers along a fabled kingdom in days gone by that suddenly is hit by a plague of nightmares. Caused in part by the Dark Lady Morgotha herself, which you know is an ancient creature said to give nightmares and such. So I'm kind of centering it around a brave knight and a woman who is plagued with visions that sees the future, but perhaps in odd glimpses because she perceives them through dreams. And she can't really trust the visions because they might be nightmares or they might well be real. So how does she suss it out? It's very interesting. How does one save the world when the only method of saving the world could itself bring about its own destruction? I don't know. I must admit, though, I am in a fury of writing. Anyway, I don't want to give away too much, of course, but it's going to be good.
Sounds incredibly interesting. Can't wait for it to come out.
Well,
Volred
DM?
got a little bit of nervous listening to that last part.
DM,
He can't relate.
question.
Yeah.
In all the history that Caleb would know, does this story line up with any type of history or historical event that he might be able to advise this person on to go and research?
I would say not. Yeah, and sadly, the only two characters that might have some reference to that are not present. Ignoring Kelmac, of course. Because part of that sounds like some of Azal's family trauma, and Morgotha is actually a fey creature. So it's definitely a name Yandere would have recognized.
Okay, so then he has nothing to add to it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Roll me a history check, because...
Can I just roll with the 26 that I just got?
No. Wait, is that... Did you just roll that for no shit?
Never mind, I'll get a 28.
Okay.
Natural 20 for a plus 8.
Yeah, the name Morgotha, though, now that you think about it, it's like, oh, yeah. And then it's like, as you're thinking about it, going, wait a second, I'm familiar with something like that. There is stories of the Night Mother, as you call, something that perhaps a story that Eldenvoss would have told you about a powerful archfey who feeds on the dreams of others. Yeah, he would have told you the story about stories of like legendary archmaguses, because Morgotha was sealed away by the archmagus Gildane, who was a very powerful mage back in the Third Age, in Ashgar, and he's the one that built the Eternal Obelisk, which is a massive tower that has no entries or exits. So,
and
you're familiar with it in that context.
Would I know where to have him do research on this individual?
Well, everything you know about Morgotha is tied around Gildane and Ashgar, so I don't know, maybe that's an option. But,
all right, then I will tell him, so I'm going to jump up the words if I try and portray it back. I'm going to...
You're going to paraphrase.
Yes. I'm going to tell this individual where I know that they should go to do research on this, because I've heard of similar stories following Morgatha, and I think it might do some justice and give them some intrigue into this type of story.
And as you're kind of explaining, he's just sitting here. Hmm. Quite interesting. I'd never heard of that little tale. Of course, I've heard of Gildane. But if he had something to do with Morgatha, well, this could be very interesting indeed. Could be.
I think it might actually help and make your story have some historical merit.
Indeed, indeed. And of course, with the story having to deal with the Archmagus Gildane, he features as some sort of a character, or perhaps a foil, or perhaps the wise mentor type character. Perhaps he could give them a way to destroy Morgatha or seal her away. That would also help bring Ashgarans in, and perhaps that would open up a whole new market. I must say, that intrigues me. After I'm done here, I'll have to make a point to go there. And what is your name, good sir?
My name is Caleb. Pleasure to meet you.
Halem, yes, of course. I enjoy names that are symbolic in nature. And you, good sir?
This here is Volred.
Thank you, Caleb.
Ah, Volred. Well, it is, of course, a pleasure to meet you. I should have to send you tickets for the show when it becomes available. Are you here in town, or perhaps Avedon, or where should I have them sent?
We actually have a place in Ariel, called the Sweet Nut Manor, if I remember correctly.
That is correct, Caleb.
Caesar goes, well, very well. I wasn't a plantation, perhaps?
No, it's more of an ironic name than anything.
I see. Oh, but I do notice your insignias. You are adventurers, then, of
Yes,
course.
that is correct.
Excellent. And your group's name?
Silver Knights the Mythal.
Excellent. Thank you. Worst case, I can send the tickets onward to the guild, and they can ensure that you receive them.
Thank you.
Still, thank you so much for the help. Now I'm brimming with more ideas. Sorry, you must excuse me. I have to get back to the work.
Have yourself a
Pleasure. Pleasure meeting you all. Yes, of course.
Pleased to meet you.
We'll walk away and
If you see me at the Silver Lute later, I do like to go there in the evening and review my work for the day. Stop by. I'll buy you a flagon. Also, as a thank you.
most definitely.
What did you just call me?
He said you were sagging.
Carry on.
Fashion statement.
Okay. Anything else you guys wanted to do?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Yandere.
What was that face for?
That's been a long wait.
Wait, hold on. I want to talk to the other chick. No.
To the sword dance.
We can come back to that. Yandere. So, as you find yourself sitting out in front of the tavern, still pounding the headache over the ceramic jug that was broken over your head, and the swift kick of the boot on your ass, and still feeling awfully inebriated, you just kind of stand as the sun starts making its way just over the top, and now it's kind of starting to beat down on top of you. And everything is just kind of getting really bright. And people are just kind of coming in and out of the tavern. Yeah. This sucked.
It's like he'll turn back and look at the tavern doors and be like, "Hey, yo, if you're gonna pound my ass, at least take me out for dinner next time." Gets up and starts like trying to walk back to like the closest place that he remembers everybody being at.
Yeah, and yeah, basically where you're at, Esau, is just kind of. Were you waiting at the river, or were you waiting at the sheriff's house?
I was waiting at the river because you said he was shirtless, so I figured I'd stay.
Yeah, and he is pretty ripped, you know.
Yeah.
It kind of lean for a half orc, but it has a very athletic build, toned, you know. Um, yeah, so you're just kind of sitting there, and at this point in time, as the sun is kind of peaking just past noon, he kind of starts loading up the last of his catch, and then kind of looking over you. Well, I suppose if you're waiting, you might as well help me bring some of this back, and I suppose I can cook you lunch at least, if you're interested.
Sure, got nothing else to do.
All right. Well, I'm just off the village green, so let's make our way, I guess.
All right.
And he starts kind of slowly making his way, you know, kind of back up the little dirt road and over the hill. And you can kind of see the green moving onward a little bit. And at this point in time, like, you can kind of spot what looks like maybe Yandere walking through some houses a little bit. Perhaps injured. Who knows? He's got a little bit of a sway or a limp. You're not entirely sure. But Talon brings you off to a simple house off to the side. Just kind of looks like timber and like wattle and daub that's been kind of done like a lime wash plaster. And he kind of opens the door a little bit, no lock on it, and kind of brings you inside. Very simple.
Gonna rob the sheriff?
Well, and so remote, you know, like, and so he kind of brings you in, kind of sets down the fish on the table, goes, all right, I'll start getting everything cooked up. You mind it any particular way?
Preferably cooked. Want me to help clean it?
Nah, I'm pretty deft about it myself. It's just sometimes people prefer the fish cooked a particular way. I myself like it roasted over an open fire.
I'm not too particular.
Right. Well, I'll get that done then. Oh, by the way, the individuals that came through here, their stuff's over in that wooden chest.
Okay. We'll go
Okay.
over there and just kind of open it up, look through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You open it up and see the see what looks like two heavily worn backpacks with kind of cuts and scrapes in them, really looking like they need to be replaced, but kind of haphazardly filled. As you kind of pull some stuff out and kind of open it up, you know, Talon gives you permission to kind of start opening stuff out and kind of laying it out along the table. Most of this stuff is somewhat useless. You see a broken piece of sword, just the handle. The metal of the blade looks reasonably rusted. Not entirely sure. As you kind of go and scrape a little bit, it looks like there was some kind of silver tracery or something done in the handle, so perhaps they kept it for some kind of, you know, gold piece value. You do find a coin purse that has a smattering of different coins. More, I mean, more than an average townsperson might carry, but much less than what traditional um, adventurers would carry. You do also find a small set of mason's tools, including some hammers and chisels that look like they could use some work. You also find a pair of leather gloves. Actually, looks like there's a set of kind of studded leather armor that has holes in it and a little bit of dark staining that looks like they may have pulled it off of a body. You see a small box filled with seashells and what looks like teeth of some unknown sharp-toothed animal. Also, a small case with a little satchel of pipeweed and a pipe. And you also find it looks like a map, but kind of like it would be a map that if you were like a 7 or 8 year old who is like trying to draw a map for that fantasy world you just created. So nothing is really to scale, and there's just kind of very simple symbols representing everything. And you can see like little snakes of what looks like kind of dark blue ink, little scribbly areas of green. But you do see kind of a red X up in an area where it looks like two rivers kind of fork out. Also looks like there's some dried food, a bottle of honey, and a journal.
That's what I want. What's in? I'm gonna look through the journal. I'm looking for
The penmanship. Yeah, the penmanship is pretty bad. But nonetheless, you're able to kind of scroll through it, kind of flipping through really quick. You kind of get the gist of who these individuals are. They look to have been, at one point in time, bandits, who I guess got tired of banditing, and they said that they were hanging out in a forest out by this little hamlet called Greenbrier, and decided that they got upset because all adventurers and such, they got all kinds of cool jobs, and they got paid to fight, and as bandits they get hunted, and people pay adventurers to beat the crap out of them. And so they had this bright idea that they would terrorize a little bit of an area, then come in as adventurers and get paid to eliminate themselves. And that could kickstart their whole adventuring career. And then they talk about how they were successfully able to get some money from the people of Greenbrier, which at least let them know that perhaps there could be some money in this. After all, they had run a similar scam before. And basically, yeah, it just kind of details their travels from really only a little bit of time ago, from assuming the identities of some individuals that he saw hadn't posted any updates to the guild in a while. He had a friend of his in Avedon that worked for the guild and was like, hey, here's people who are decent rank, who don't complete a whole lot of jobs. And they could reasonably pass themselves off as. So, yeah.
What was the latest entry? Assuming that they had fled Greenbrier and came here and tried to, I guess, I would assume, try to run the same kind of scheme.
Yes. So, the latest entry talks about information about there being a dragon in town, and with 5,000 gold piece bounty. He said that the merchants were wanting to have it taken care of, and it basically just talks about some of their adventuring into the woods. They talk about them not necessarily seeing any or too much evidence of a green dragon, but thinks they might have some kind of an idea about where it might be lairing. And they talk about meeting an individual in town named Elias, who seems to know an awful lot about that area, um, and said that he's kind of an odd fellow and keeps to himself a lot, but is open with information and even offered to show them some of the areas up north where the dragon might be lairing. But they and it state that there's going to be a plan to reach out to Elias, but there's no indication as to whether or not they actually did so. And mentions that one of the local party members, Tilthana, believes that Elias is not trustworthy, and that they shouldn't have any dealings with him.
Any mentioning of the sheriff? Like this?
Only only in saying that there's this half-orc sheriff guy that keeps looking at them. And then, yeah, but nothing really too much there. Just that it's very clear that the people here are either onto them or just don't like them. And this writer attributes it to them being insular and hickish.
Well, they're bandits, so cool. I kind of hold up the journal and look at. Hey, they mentioned you.
He kind of looks back, chuckles a little bit. Yeah, but not that flattering. But I don't much care. After all, they proved to not be very good people, so it's my job as sheriff to run out people who don't belong.
Do you know who this Elias is that they mention in here?
Yeah, he's one of the village people. Reasonably.
I was gonna get
Oh,
people.
yeah, not one of those guys. Reasonably good kid. He's just how should I say, strange. I mean, he's not from here. He's from farther west, from what I understand. Moved in a couple of years back, and lives out a little bit farther into the woods. Spends most of his time out there, actually. It just, a lot of people, he puts them on edge a little bit. I mean, they're nice enough to him, but he is the kind of guy that you get the sense that he probably lived most of his time out in the woods and not really around people. I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe his family were druids or nomads or something, I don't know. But the kind of guy that eats fish raw or bugs, doesn't have very good hygiene. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, looks like they were trying to get in contact with that person, so might be a lead I look into. But all this other junk is just kind of junk.
Yeah. The intention was to do something with it, but I haven't got any permission from Lady Isadora one way or another to see what to do. It's not as if they had very much on them, but
Whose Lady
the
Isadora?
only thing really of value is the potion that's tucked into the side belt.
Who's Lady Isadora?
Oh, she's well, I guess technically she's the Baroness. Technically governs this entire area. It's her job to safeguard the Silverwood.
Hmm.
Yeah, she has a manor just a little bit north of town. Easy enough to get there, not uh, hard or dangerous or anything. She comes into town sometimes, uh, but mostly she's just here to keep the place safe. The area around here used to be part of a elven settlement, um, or some time back. Most of the elves left centuries ago, really. But her family was originally from there, so the local government in Abaddon just allow her to maintain ownership of the land, given its indigenous value.
Ooh. Want to see who can identify the most coins?
What do you mean?
Well, there's a coin purse here. They're probably from all kinds of different cities. Just like
Oh.
him.
Well, it's kind of cheating, as I've already gone through it all. So,
Rude.
yeah.
Oh well.
But yeah, I suppose I can't let you have any of it, obviously, since I haven't got anything from Lady Isadora. But I suppose if I'll ask her about it next time I see her.
Well, me and my friends will probably try to head up to her manor if she's somewhat close and try to get some information.
No, yeah, that's fine. She doesn't have any issue with outsiders or anything. She's pretty open. The only thing you'll probably have to do is relinquish your weapons before entry. But other than that, she's actually remarkably easygoing, especially considering she's well, I don't want to. Well, I say especially because she's an elf, but I don't mean that to say to cast aspersions on a race or anything. It's just she's.
I would say because
I
she's
would say.
royalty.
I would say because she's traditional, and usually elves who are steeped and raised in elven traditions uh, tend to be a bit at odds with us folk outside of their steadings. So, but she's remarkably worldly.
I know what you mean, but I've got just the elven friend who would probably love to meet her.
Well, there should be just a minute or two left on the fish. So, we'll break bread. You prefer mead or beer?
Mead. Beer, just too heavy.
Yeah, I get it. I would agree. I'd normally pick the beer if I was going to fry the fish. But since I'm just doing a bit of a smoke on the grill, I agree. Something a little sweeter is pretty nice. And he kind of displays fish, so and you guys can eat at that point.
Cool. We'll talk just about ourselves and not lie.
Yeah, not lie. Yeah, pleasant enough conversation. Really, what you'll just kind of figure out through all that. Talon, he'll let you know he's a skilled tracker and a fighter. And you get the sense he's fiercely loyal. Like he'd tell you, he's not from the town exactly, but being a half orc, certain places it can be a little harder to get work outside of certain lines of business. And although he's done very well for himself, would tell you that Lady Isadora has, and the people here have been far and away the best people he's ever met. Just good, true people, and they have need of his skills, and they respect him, and they trust him, and he's very intent on not violating that trust.
Cool. I'll show him my axe. We'll talk about that. But other than that, well, that's it.
Yep. So, Yandre, where exactly are you, and what exactly are you doing as you meet back up with Calum and Volred?
Well, I would still be wandering because I didn't really know where they were going. So I would probably just be walking around the street, a little belligerent, mad that I got kicked out of a tavern. So I would assume I'd probably be meeting them somewhere on the way back to wherever we were.
Okay. So, yeah, just on a kind of main thoroughfare, is just down the street from the Silver Loop. You guys run into an obviously inebriated Yandre, kind of half stumbling out of an alleyway, a narrow little goat trail between a small cluster of houses. Looking like he may have got in a little bit of a scrap, but weathered it well enough. His hair's, that, gorgeous, like, reddish kind of hair of his is a little frazzled.
What happened to you?
Are you okay?
Caleb! Volred! Yo!
You need some water, and Volred pulls out a thing of water and offers it to Yandre. Please take a sip.
Sure. Yep.
But it's cognac.
Are you giving him more? For real?
Yeah.
Okay. Yo, what kind of water is this?
Cognac.
Firewater.
It's a little strong, but all good. I'm
Okay.
fine, Caleb.
And I take it back and I do a nice little chuggy chug.
Take a little sip. A sippy poo.
What was the name of the place? The Silver Loop.
Silver Loop.
I got kicked out of the Silver Loop. Okay.
That's the main
I just-
bar.
I can't go back to that Silver Loop place for a minute.
You got kicked out?
Well, yeah. Like, I literally got kicked out.
Why
What
They
did you
kicked me.
do?
I didn't do anything. I was just talking to the bartender at the place, and some guy said I was too hot-headed, and then proceeded to pour water on me. And then he went to run around the corner and go back to the bathroom place. So I got up real quick, grabbed one of the waitress's cups that's on her thing, which was a whole bunch of ale, and I tossed it at the back of his head and stuff. And so when I tossed it, I was about to use that what's that thing? The holy fire. What's that?
Sacred flame?
Yeah, that one. I was about to use Sacred Flame when the bartender grabbed me and then pushed me and turned me on the side, hit me on the upside the head with a jug, and then kicked me out the front door. I should have turned around and still did the Sacred Flame.
I've never gotten kicked out of a bar.
Don't you own all of them in your place that you live in?
Well, I'm just saying, maybe I'm not the one that the party needs to be worried about next time he gets drunk.
Or maybe you just have a lot of special privileges that are starting to show, and now that we're not in the place that you live, you're going to get kicked out of a bar.
We've been to plenty of taverns that have had no affiliation with my family.
Have you been drunk in any of those taverns?
Yes.
That I didn't immediately fix.
You made me sober at
So I
times.
fixed the problem. Next time, I'm just going to let you be sober. Or not sober. What's the thing? Drunk. That's it. I'm going to let you be drunk, and then I'm going to let you run amok, because that mouth is going to get you in trouble one of these days.
I'm glad we agree.
Yup.
Remember this, Calum.
So, what were you saying that got you called hot-headed?
Everybody over here is just like somebody who just doesn't like to fight. I like to go out and fight. Nobody wanted to go handle this dragon situation. This dragon's been tormenting this city for a long time. How come nobody, all full of these fighters and half orcs and all of these scouts and stuff, nobody's already done it? So I said, I'm going to take care of it.
Oh, that's all you said?
Yeah, but this person didn't like that I was saying it because apparently he's an adventurer in this area too, and he's been handling problems for the city for a long time. But he couldn't handle that big problem with the dragon. So I said, you're not really much of an adventurer if you're not trying to fix the problems that your city's having. So he called me hot-headed and poured water on me, which is honestly a pretty good solution to somebody who's like hot. You might pour some water on them and cool off, but like you don't do that to somebody that you're mad at.
So how about this? We take care of this solution with the dragon, this problem of the dragon. Bring back proof. Show it to him. And pour cold water on him.
Oh, I'm gonna pour more than just cold water on him next time I see him, but that's okay. We could do that too.
I'm down for that.
But yeah, I just can't go back in there until it's like late, or I don't look like this.
Or until we kill the dragon.
Yeah, it depends on how long we're gonna do that.
So,
Where's Zal?
I don't know. Have I seen Azal at any point on our walks?
Not at this point.
She's probably around a shirtless man.
Woman. Usually
It's
woman.
It could be whichever.
or both. It's both. Why not both?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
It could
both.
be both at the same. That'd be great if we could set up one of those situations, Eric.
Usually you have to pay for that.
Teleport them back to the spring at your dad's place. Great setting. Immaculate vibes. The atmosphere is bouncy.
I know an acolyte that would love the situation.
So, where do you want to go chill at for now? Until Azal catches up with
I don't know, someplace that'll let me drink.
Is there any other place nearby?
Nope.
Got kicked out of
There
that
is the one
bar.
tavern. So
What do
I-
What do you want to drink, Yandere?
I don't know. I don't know the selections here.
apologies are in order.
Jug of ale.
All right, I'm gonna go in there and buy a jug of ale, and then take it out and start drinking with Yandere outside.
Buy me one too.
I'll buy one for each of us.
You gotta drink a
Okay.
jug? Jesus Christ.
I mean, it
Not a
it
barrel.
Can't be worse than like Edward 40 Hands.
Oh Lord.
You shouldn't either.
Gwyneth does not allow you to take the beer to go, partially because he knows where you're going with it. But she does tell you that if your friend is willing to apologize and behave himself, he can come back in.
No deal.
Since she knows that the other guy started the fight.
Well, considering that the other guy started the fight, shouldn't they be the one to apologize?
They'll have to apologize too, but I mean, let's be real here. Yandere still escalated it.
And Yandere may have escalated it, but was any
Are
of
you
it
sitting?
fault?
Are you arguing with the proprietor?
Why not?
Well, that's two people not allowed in.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I am being cordial. I'm not being hot-headed. I
Yeah,
am
there-
honestly asking a question.
and
But-
Gwyneth gives you that, look that, like wives usually give their husbands when they start trying to explain away stupid shit. And finally she just kind of shakes her head. It's like, sweetie, I get that you're an adventurer and I get that you're a man, but sometimes you gotta apologize. Even if you know you didn't do anything wrong. This is one of those times. Now, do you want the beer or not?
I will personally only do that when someone puts a ring on it. And I know he didn't put a ring on Yandere. But I will go talk to him.
She's just sitting here shaking her head. Why do all you adventurers have to be so stubborn?
Comes with the job. As I'm walking out.
I suppose.
You can tell that
I
you
go up
got
to
kicked
Andre.
out, too.
Yep.
I didn't get kicked out.
Yeah.
We go talk to Yandere. She said you can come back in there to drink if you apologize and try to behave.
But what am I apologizing for?
For telling the person the truth when they couldn't handle it.
So I'm supposed to lie?
No. Just don't tell them stuff. Lying by omission.
Why don't we just go to another tavern?
There is no other tavern.
There's only one tavern?
Yes.
This place sucks!
You say that out loud. People from around town are just kind of looking around going, what the heck?
This is
Izal, you
small
can
town.
hear that on your way back from lunch.
Oh.
This is a very small town.
Yes, very small.
So you can either drink what you have on you, and we can go chill by the river, or you can go in and apologize.
Fine. Yandere gets up. This is like stands up and is like, so I gotta go in there and apologize. Wait, am I apologizing to the bartender?
No, you're apologizing to
Yes,
the guy you talked
The
to.
bartender.
Oh, to the bartender. And he is going to apologize to you as well. Because he is the one who started it.
He's gonna apologize to me?
Yes. That means no water.
Well, I said I wasn't gonna throw water on them the next time. I was gonna do something else, but because it's you, and you're the one telling me to go and apologize, I'll do it.
All right.
Yandere like walks into the tavern.
Yeah, kind of turn around and walk towards the tavern and just see Zal walking towards you.
Izal! Yo,
What's up?
about to go in here and apologize.
You look drunk as hell.
I feel drunk as hell, so yeah, that adds up.
Are you bleeding? No. What's your head wet?
See? She knows my head's wet. It's not my fault.
I look around. I'm like, oh, I missed something. I'm reading a stupid journal.
You're about to see an apology.
I was like, what happened? Apology? Who's apologizing?
Yandere walks in at that point.
Okay.
Am I supposed to follow?
As you do, Gwyneth kind of looks at that. She sees you, gives you a little bit of side eye, sets platter and flagon down, starts moving towards you, picks up a little cloth, starts wiping her hands, moves up to you, sets, those feet shoulder width apart, and just kind of places her hands, knuckles firmly on her waist. and just kind of stares at you expectingly.
Slide in.
Why are you standing like that?
I'm waiting.
Oh, that's how you wait? Okay, whatever. Listen, uh, I'm sorry for telling people the truth in here and causing a ruckus in your establishment because people don't know how to handle the truth.
Kind of sits there for a moment, shakes her head a little bit. Well, I suppose you got the ruckus part. He escalated a fight, which I understand you didn't start. And of course, there's the tankard, or rather, the pitcher of mine that you threw and broke over another patron's head. So,
Wait, I only threw the liquid that was inside the pitcher. You hit me in the head with the jug after.
fair enough. The point is, it's still good liquor.
I don't even know her. Sorry, bad time. Bad timing. I apologize.
She's kind of looking over at you, Caleb. For that brief moment, that's just, kind of this shared, like, as if to illustrate that, like, this is what she's talking about. And then just kind of rolls her eyes. It's like, all right, well, now that your friend's here, and they could keep an eye on you, make sure things don't get too rowdy, I suppose you can come back for food and drink, although I think you should probably hold off on the drink a little bit.
Oh, I can fix
Awesome.
that. I cast Lesser Restoration on myself. All good.
Why does Yandere never have second level spell slots? Who knows?
And she just kind of
Constantly drinks all the time, but never gets completely smashed.
yeah, and she just kind of looks like a. That's a neat little trick. I might have to remember that one. All right, go ahead and have your seat. I suppose. Well, you've already eaten, but I suppose your friends are going to want something.
Hey, y'all want food?
10 feet from you, dude. You don't gotta yell.
Was that loud?
Yes.
Oh,
Answer to that is always yes.
oh, my bad. So, which one of these tables can we sit at?
Anyone that's open.
Hey, Caleb, you said the other guy was gonna apologize to me too.
Whenever he comes in.
And Gwyneth kind of shoots you a little side eye, Caleb. It's like, oh, that should be good.
Yandere just goes and sits down at one of the open tables.
Caleb will join.
I'll get up from where I was sitting and go sit where Yandere went.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Where's Volrid?
Yeah, I didn't really understand if we walked in collectively.
I was like, I don't like.
Up to
Caleb
you.
was doing it. I was like, Yandere, Volrid hasn't said anything. It's like, did Volrid just wait outside?
Yeah, I did actually.
Yeah.
Let's just go
Yeah.
with that. I'm
Vol-
waiting
Volred-
patiently.
Hear the whole
Yeah,
thing.
Volred sits on the outside just in case that goes horribly bad.
So he can't get
He won't
kicked
be
out of the
associated with it and can still go in and drink.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was
wants to make sure his drinking card is not going to be revoked.
precisely. Even though that sounded like a fun shit show.
cabin. I go get Volrid. Volrid,
So,
coast is clear.
thank God I really need to refill this pouch with cognac. And I will go in and ask Gwyneth. It's Gwyneth, right?
Mhm.
Gwendolyn, if I could have a nice refill of my cognac pouch.
He kind of gives you a look and is eyeing you. Then you see her Smile just kind of flattened a little bit. Like, you get the sense she knows you did that on purpose. He goes, well, I'm going to tell you it's Gwyneth. And I suppose since you asked so nicely, I'll get you a refill. But I wouldn't follow your friend's example and try to make me angry. As I would remind you, I'm the only place here in town in order to get some booze.
My apologies. It was a half-fast attempt to be more formal. I've met other people with similar formalized names. The reason why I waited outside was I didn't want to be involved in any tomfoolery, and, well, I overcorrected in calling you the wrong name, so I apologize.
Oh, that's certainly nice. Well, at any rate, you're a liquor fan, self, cognac, or are you wanting something different?
Cognac would be preferred.
Very well. Any food or drink for the table?
Did we already order any?
I already ate.
I ate too, but they.
I'm having.
Where'd you eat?
Oh, I had fish.
Yes, I will order some food for Caleb and myself.
I had the
Okay.
lasagna.
You want the shepherd's pie or the roast chicken?
One of each.
Okay. So that gets brought along with booze, and then towards the end, some lemon bars for dessert. So yes, but the actual lunch time itself is yours to do with and plan as you see fit.
How good are the lemon bars?
Pretty good, very fresh, I would say. And it's got like that perfect texture between like crispy and still like a little gummy, you know?
It's kind of like a gooey butter cake.
Yeah, kind of like that.
I need to bake that again. How much do I owe her?
For all the food,
An apology.
um, so let's see, 12 silver,
Perfect.
and that would be for both you and Caleb.
Paid plus an extra 3 silver.
Okay. Which she takes gratefully. At this point in time, you like Izal kind of looks up over the table, and you kind of see strolling in Arden. At this point in time, in this kind of nice kind of purple colored doublet with like half cape. The underneath is like this gold color, and he's carrying a lute and has his hair done up, and is kind of going and seeing you. Ah, oh, welcome, friends. It's good seeing you. I trust your morning has been pleasant.
It's been eventful.
That's for sure.
Good, good. I can tell you, Silverwood is well, it's a wonderful place to be. Hopefully you're not doing too much work, though, as Mafia tends to have a slower pace. And, well, picked up only just when necessary, such as... Oh, I'm here to perform, obviously, for what remains of the lunch crowd. You know, earning my food, so to speak. Still, have you done anything interesting?
Yeah. Oh.
Excellent. Well, I suppose I should get to it then. I suppose to begin, as some of my traveling compatriots, do you have a request?
I do. I forget the name of the song, but I remember it from ago, and it's talks about the journey, the release of a bird. I believe
Yo,
the
play
freeing of-
Freebird!
Ah, yes, Yaldre. That would be the title.
It's an
Oh,
old
yes.
Elvis song.
We called it Unleashed Avian up north.
Ah, yes, the freeing of the bird. Yes, quite a long piece, but I was thinking something a bit more of a warm up. But I suppose come right out of the gate and get everyone interested. And that is to say, it does have a well, the solo that encompasses almost the entirety of that song. Uh, is certainly a crowd pleaser.
You know
Thank
what?
you.
You could play Astro Vessel by Nicki Minaj.
Uh, I'm not sure that I'm aware of that individual bard, but hey, not everyone can be as famous as I am. But the freeing of the bird, yes. We shall continue on, and I'm sure that everyone likes it. Thank you. And enjoy the rest of your food. And he goes in, starts trying to tune a little bit, and starts going into ye old Renaissance interpretation of Freebird.
No, I really like the "Your journey will be long and you're going to walk it, child" by the Descendants. Guess what song that is? So, what'd y'all do?
We went to a hill,
Did you die on it?
clearly.
Stubborn.
I would know about dying.
Mm.
It was quite pleasant. We met an artist.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Who-
the dying part.
No.
Oh, that was okay.
We met an artist. She was quite proficient at painting landscapes. Next time we are in Avedon, we'll need to go check out her paintings for sale. Quite beautiful. And Kayla met a playwright. They seemed to have a very interesting conversation that I could only assume was about an amusing production.
Yes, his name was Thorn. If you know anything about his playwrights.
I'm gonna guess no. Not a big theater buff up north. Most of our shit's about dwarves. Is he a dwarf?
No.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not, not a lot of plays.
Is this the Fae person?
The one who
This is the guy that wrote a play based on the Feywild. Yes.
Yes.
Well, that doesn't mean I know him, so okay, cool.
But yeah.
met a painter and a playwright.
That is correct.
What about you, Azal?
Oh, I shot my shot with the sheriff.
Did you shoot the deputy?
I didn't see one. I think he lived alone.
How'd that go?
Oh, I went through all the imposter stuff. I found the journal, a whole bunch of other crap. So I made a list of names that we should probably look into. Let's see. There's let's see, Elias. He's apparently someone they were looking to go try to visit. He lives on the outskirts of the city. Kind of a weird kid. Bad hygiene. Might be descendants from druids. They think that he might be able to lead them to where they think the dragon was layered at. Oh, they were going to look for the dragon here. Lady I saw, Isadora. Reading my own writing. She's a baroness. She lives north of the town. They can't do anything with the stuff here without her permission. So I couldn't take the journal, but
Yeah.
So we need her permission to gain their items.
oh yeah, there's not a lot there though. I mean, there was a really bad map, but it's like crudely drawn. I don't know if there's a place where there might be 2 rivers and a red X or something. Oh, I used minor illusion to make a small image of the map. And since it's a crudely drawn map, I'm assuming I could replicate it perfectly with my poor minor image.
You said 2 rivers, correct?
That's his last name. Calmac's last name, but
Does anything about the map trigger anything in Caleb's memory?
the thing was written with crayon.
Roll me an intelligence check.
While he does that, I do have a thought. Azal, when I was talking to the artist on the hill, she'd mentioned an area near here. I believe she said it's the Moonlit Grove, and it's an area where supposedly multiple rivers converge. And she made it seem like she saw or possibly saw a dragon flying in that general area.
Huh.
Another natural 20 for a 24.
There are other numbers on the dice. Could you roll one of them, please?
Or save it for combat or something. But yes, taking a look, you've seen maps, of this kind of area before. You're reasonably certain that the hastily drawn map is actually of the area, with the green squiggles representing the Silverwood, and the blue lines representing the various forks of the Starry Water River that make their way up there. And obviously, so the X could reasonably point to a specific place upstream where the Starry Water River first forks in the heart of the forest.
That either that's where Elias might be, or that's where they think the dragon might be.
Shoot.
Either one. Do you think that that is the location that we should head towards?
I mean, didn't they mention that there's like a scout that lives in the city? I didn't visit the scout, so that would be people that you know. Darian Windrider.
Yeah, that's one I talked to.
Well, would they maybe be able to figure out how far this place might be? Because if that one dude lives in the forest, I'm guessing a woodsman that lives in this area would also kind of know where that person's at.
I mean, we can go ask.
Yeah.
Also, there was these guys were basically doing the old be the bad thing and then get paid to get rid of the bad thing. So like that's what they were doing at the what's the name of that other city we just left?
So they were actually the bandits this series of bandits.
Yeah, by Greenbrier. That was where it was. They were the bandits, but then they were trying to get paid to get rid of themselves. So they were doing that kind of thing.
Yeah, I've ran into that before. That's why I thought they did that in the first place.
Yeah.
But the timeline didn't make sense to me.
Oh. Eric died.
No.
What happens if I did this one?
It's not as messed up.
It doesn't show kill though.
That's fine. I've just cast invisibility on myself.
Aha. Wow.
This might be a good time to take a technical break.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Technical
Because it is 8:40.
Yeah, we're going to hit a break right here real quick. So, we'll see you all back here in 15 minutes. If it's not solved by then, 20 minutes at 9 o'clock. So, break time, everyone. Enjoy your intermission. Go get some snacks.
Bye. Usually.
3,
Hey.
2, 1, 12,
You can't do your
11,
own countdown. That's
78,
cheating.
8. Hey guys, sorry about that. I had technical difficulties. My computer said it had internet, but it did not have internet. And so I had to restart, and that fixed it. And we're back now, so that's good. But hey, so we got our break a little bit early, you know? So, when last we met off, just to catch ourselves up, Izal showed Calum a illusory, shitty map drawn by these guys you're chasing. Calum took a look at it, immediately recognized it as a incredibly crudely drawn map of actually this surrounding area. Notating the X on the spot being a spot where the Starry River water, or the Starry Water River, heads up into the Silverwood and then branches off into several different forks. Or I guess more specifically, when the different rivers actually merge into the Starry Water and head their way south. The X marking the spot, of course, being the area where the final merging of that river occurs, and also located somewhere deep within the heart of the Silverwood. I believe you guys had mentioned the possibility of going to go see Darien Windrider. You guys had also mentioned previously wanting to go talk to Lady Isadora. And that after rifling through all of those guys' shit, they didn't have anything good on them.
They might have. I just wasn't allowed to take it.
But yeah, it is yours at the time. So.
So we gonna go talk to this Wind Rider person.
I mean, you can. I'm assuming you're sober enough we can go.
Oh yeah, that's fixed. I got that taken care of.
I think that's a logical next step.
Would it be rude if we get up while our bard friend's in the middle of his performance, or would that just be
I mean, we did ask him to play a really long song, so we should at least listen to it.
Look up, like halfway done. This is a long song. We should not have suggested this as an opener.
Volred doesn't usually make decisions on music, so I figured if he was going to bring up a suggestion, we at least follow through with it.
Yeah, it's probably the only time he's ever shown interest in music.
Do they call this song something else where you guys are from? Because it's different where I'm at. Like he said Freebird. That's not what I'm used to.
Freebird is what it's called here.
About in the Feywild.
In the Feywild?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of free birds out there.
But have you heard this song before? Has it made its way there?
Yeah, but it's not as long in the Feywild.
Is it faster?
Time works a little differently there.
So it's faster, or they cut out the boring parts?
You know, I haven't heard it in the Prime here, so I guess we should actually pay attention to what he's playing, so that way I can tell you.
This is a long song, though.
It's enjoyable, though. Here's the instrumental break.
Dude, this is a lot. I think it's a lot longer here than it was where I'm from.
Well, everything's shorter from where you're from, though.
Okay, we're gonna go there? Alright. That's
Oh, I didn't mean it like that.
gonna throw height jokes into this. Not the one who got kicked out of the only bar in town, but okay.
Like I said, I didn't mean it like that.
You know, I'm going to get up in the middle of the... Well, not the middle at this point. And just kind of wave at him while he's playing. And I'm just going to point at the door and I'm just going to leave.
Well, I guess we're leaving.
Vorad, you're back from the outhouse. Let's go.
I'll go by and drop off a tip.
I'm not tipping him. He paid us.
Yeah. And drinks.
He paid us to bring him here. so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go outside.
Well, great. So Yandere hops up and starts heading towards the door.
Same.
Yeah, there's definitely a moment where you look over to Arden. It's like it's
Bye.
just kind of looking at you guys leaving, but decides, I guess, the show is super important. So he just keeps going.
Jace, did you check the chat?
Oh yeah. I said all kinds of things. What am I looking for? Oh, I guess we can let him in. Let's take a quick second for our friend to come in. So yeah.
Yep, Kelmack's up from his cat nap, I guess.
Kelmack's here. Let's bring him in. As soon as he pops in, I'll press a button and he'll magically appear.
Button pressing.
5. Kelmack!
That was a shitty countdown.
I didn't count.
3, 2, 1, 12, 73, 18,
That's
9.
accurate. Eric can never do a proper countdown, so
That sounds
I'm
like you're calling
long-winded and can't
audibles.
count.
some of those were triangles.
I don't know what an audible is. I just know it's a sports ball thing.
Omaha!
A
Hot dog.
sports ball thing. Okay.
It could be a sponsor, but whatever.
All right.
Yeah, I just know it's a thing where they're like, I called an audible. Whatever that means. I think it's like a change to something. I don't know.
You got it.
Good job, babe.
Nailed
You
it.
got it.
I feel like horrible considering I'm wearing my Saints hat today and I know nothing about football.
That's why your internet
But,
cut out.
Sometimes you just have blind faith in things, okay? Even if you don't understand them.
Explains the same.
Especially if you don't understand them. But anyway, yes. So has your party decided? Are you guys going to go see Darian Windrider or Lady Isadora or something else? What are you doing?
Windrider.
Who are these people?
Winona Ryder.
Winona Ryder, the woodsman at this town, who might
Okay.
be able to show us where this forest child hillbilly is at. I don't want to get more specific. I think that's a good description of it.
Yeah, I
And
think
we are supposed to rescue the forest child hillbilly?
We don't know if they're in danger, but it might turn into a rescue. But no, we're just going to ask them some questions.
Okay.
It'd be great if this kid's name turned out to be Billy, because then I would have been right.
And he lives in a hill.
I don't know where Winona Ryder lives, so someone's going to have to lead the way.
Yandere visited earlier, so Yandere will take the group back to where Darian Windrider is.
So, yes, you guys head out to the northern section of the village in a small kind of hunting shack just outside of town where Darian is present. Looks as though he is in the process of cleaning carcasses from several animals, squirrels, rabbits, things of that nature, for food. Kind of regards you guys as you make your way in. I see you've brought friends this time.
Yep, these are my friends.
Hi.
We have some questions. Izal, go ahead and ask the questions.
Well, first off,
Okay.
I'm Darian Windrider.
Oh, they all know who you are. I guess you should know who they are. Yeah, my bad.
I'm Izal.
Caleb.
Full red.
Kelmac.
Yo,
Right. He's kind of looking at Kelmac. You, I was not expecting. Sorry.
Why
It's,
does one expect the giant cat person in plate armor?
Well,
You just
respectfully, your kind is not very common on this continent.
Well, we're looking for an individual that's supposed to live out in the forest. It's at a junction of 2 rivers, and I will cast minor illusion of the map that I had duplicated. And
The rivers, you
Hmm.
say?
I don't know.
He
where
kind
this
of,
junction would be.
He takes a look. He goes, well, the place on the map is the Moonlit Grove.
Hmm.
It's a fairly common spot for people to visit. Quite
you-
beautiful.
Do you
I
know
don't know of anyone that lives out there. The only one that lives farther outside of town here is Lady Isadora and, well, one of the other locals.
Elias?
Uh, yes.
Do you know where he might be located at? Because some of the people we're looking for apparently were looking to get in contact with him.
Well, Elias lives out in the forest. I could take you there. It's not really a house exactly. It's more a small cave.
A diminutive yurt?
Well, he's an interesting fellow. Harmless as far as I can tell. Just odd. Doesn't mesh well with well, not the kind person that would do very well in the village.
Well, the people we're looking for were supposed to be trying to meet up with them. So I'm assuming if they went that way, they'd be at least easy to track since they aren't well known for their stealth? Laying low? Those are...
Yeah, I think I know
Outdoor
who you're referring
navigating?
to. Yes, there was a group that was asking about him a little over a week ago. Gnome, a dwarf, an elf, and
Halfling?
halfling. Is it a halfling? Yes, I'd say so. Yeah, came through and asked about him a little while back. I gave them a general idea. They didn't exactly. They didn't want me taking him or taking them up to see him. So, not sure if they ever ended up meeting him.
Could you possibly take us to try to find him? Because if they went looking for him, they're going to make a big mess in the woods.
Suppose that's true.
What, like not
Um,
covering their latrines?
That's right, where there's a bear shit in the woods.
Right. Yeah. This little place is just a little ways up the Starry Water. I'd say only about 20 minutes or so a walk. It should be pretty easy. And he just kind of takes a moment and starts kind of draping some cloth over the carcasses, such to at least keep some bugs and pests off of them. Picks up a bow and short sword, dagger. All right. Guess I'll take you there. All of you coming?
Yes. So stealth isn't going to be much of an option for us either. So
I
straightforward.
do have a question about logistics. I hear there is a dragon in these parts. Is there going to be a chance that we will run into it? Going where we're going?
Suppose there's a chance. It's been spotted a little ways north and northeast of the village here. Quite a little bit over the last 2 weeks. As of yet, it hasn't come anywhere near the village. Or at least hasn't attacked the village, so that's good.
I just want to lay this out there. If for some reason the dragon does attack, I just want to make sure that you make yourself scarce.
Now, don't worry. There's plenty of places out here to hide if you need to not be seen from above. But green dragons have very good vision, so most likely it would see us before we saw it.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. Us really seeing us as much as you being in the line of fire instead of us.
I'm not worried about it. Besides, the dragon is either not very old or doesn't have its lair uh, around here too closely. So, shouldn't be anything to worry about unless it's left its lair for some reason.
Okay. Then in that case, I'll say lead on.
All right. He takes you guys north along some game trails. The initial part of your journey is actually a well-defined path that begins to make its way up towards the Starry Water River. And then you eventually come to a spot where the road kind of crooks a little bit and then passes over a small kind of cobblestone bridge. You can kind of see ahead of you towards the west, breaking up in the distance, like a tower spire that just kind of pokes up above the trees. And the road continues on. Darian, on the other hand, kind of heads off to the right, heading north along some game trails, heading deeper into the forest. After about another 5 to 10 minutes or so of walking, you come to a section where the ground kind of is heaved up a little bit, and there's these kind of thick shelves of moss and dirt covered rock, um, kind of partially covered by trees that seem to grow really tall here, as if this section of the forest hasn't actually been touched for any kind of lumber or anything of that nature. But as you guys kind of come around one, Darian kind of slows, kind of points ahead off to a kind of thin section of the embankment, and kind of section where a shelf of rock kind of comes up over the land, and you can see a very small little cave there, not massive by any stretch. You is all just kind of taking a quick look at it. This looks like it could maybe house one or two of you. Certainly could not be used for shelter for any actual group. But nonetheless, Darian points off and says, well, this is where Elias holds up most of the time. So if he's not there, he'll be back soon.
Would we be able to find our way back, judging by how we took our way here? Like, this shouldn't be too difficult going, like, a direction.
Oh, yeah. It's basically, like, even from here, as you kind of, like, look off towards the southwest, you can see the spire poking over. So, like, when they said that he lives, like, just outside the village, like, they weren't joking. It's, like, literally just outside the village.
A stone's throw away. If you could throw it.
If you're a giant, sure, yeah.
Yeet.
Please no giants.
Thanks for getting us here. Do you have? I don't know if we're gonna take a trip farther into the woods after this one. So, do you think we're probably good, guys?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll be probably head back into the city, the town in a little bit.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just so that
Thank you very
you're
much.
aware, if you follow the Silverwater River or the Starry Water River, continue along here at northeast direction. About 2 miles is where it forks out, and that's where you'll see the Moonlit Grove.
Ooh.
So, not that far.
Stay safe on your way back. I don't know what could possibly happen.
Yeah. Well, no worries. You should be able to find your way, and just be nice to the guy. He's not used to visitors, and he can be a challenge.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I guess he walks away. So do we like slowly approach the guy's little hut place, or should we just announce ourselves?
I think the polite thing to do would be announce ourselves.
All right, that's one
Even
vote
though
for
if he-
announcing ourselves.
I announce that we announce.
I guess that's 2.
This is just like a hut or something, right?
With not even a hut, it's basically just a hole in the side of a rock face.
Yonder will walk up, like to the side of the hole, and just like peer his head around the corner. And is like, "Y'all behaving in there?"
Okay, I'm just walking up the hill.
Does Yandre get a response?
You're calling out to the hole.
He went to
Okay.
the hole and yelled into the hole.
Okay.
Asking if they're behaving in there.
And just triggered 4 bear traps, and now he's a quadriplegic.
Okay. So,
Pretty impressive.
I was shocked.
So, Yandre, you call out towards the hole. After a few moments, you see a lone figure kind of push out from a section of vines that have kind of overgrown the hole a little bit. And he kind of comes out and stares out towards you. Elias is an eccentric figure who seems to embody the untamed or the spirit of the untamed wilderness. His disheveled appearance is unkept hair obscure most of his features, partially veiling his eyes that flicker with an unyielding curiosity. A wild beard adorned with leaves and twigs cascades down his weathered face. A tangled strands telling tales of countless encounters with nature. The scent of earth and tang of unwashed clothes mingles around him, hinting at a life spent in harmony with the land. Despite his unconventional appearance, Elias exudes a sort of infectious enthusiasm for the natural world, and speaks out towards you guys with this rough, unpolished, kind of gravelly voice. Huh? Ook, ook, ook. Which one of you was calling me?
That one.
Ah, yes. It would be you, wouldn't it? Well, and at this point in time, he's kind of making his way closer to you, kind of eyeing you a little bit. He seems to dwell very long, taking a look at your eyes and general appearance, Yandre. Kind of looks back. Have the look, but no. So, plus, he kind of gestures to the rest of your party. But anyway, what is it you want?
I got a brush if you want to use it.
A brush? No, I think I'm quite happy where I am. Thank you.
You're happy like that?
I have a simple life.
And this is a simple brush.
Some people just live how they want to live, and sometimes it doesn't require a brush.
Well, he just said I don't have the look, and I figured I would help him with his.
It was a slight misunderstanding, Yandre. He doesn't require the brush. Thank you for offering it to him, though.
Yes, thank you. That was very kind of you. After all, the people in the village, they're nice enough, but they just don't understand. They too want to give me brushes and food and clothes and beds.
Is he wearing clothes?
Yes, but they're heavily
Minimum.
soiled.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Like just enough to keep him covered.
I was about to
Yeah,
say,
and
man walking up
he-
became buck wild.
He looks like Dobby.
Man. Yeah. Kind of rough like that.
I present him a sock.
Don't no.
No.
Oh my God! Now I'm free. Elias is free. I'm actually a dragon.
Scurries off into the woods. Just what?
All fours.
No, but no, he kind of just said, apologies, I mistook you for someone else, good sir. But that's neither here nor there. You are not from the village, I don't think. Yes, definitely not from the village. What can I do for you?
Zol?
What?
Oh, you're the one that said we need to come see this person.
Yeah. Have you seen a group of individuals, about 4 of them? A dwarven, fairly short, halfling, half, maybe a gnome, an elf. Come out here recently, probably in the last week, 7 days.
Ah, yes, indeed. I spoke with another dwarven lass, also named Izal. That must be a very popular name where you come from.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Not, but, well, she's, well, anyway, yes. I did indeed see a couple individuals. They were wanting to know about a great beast that lurks in the forest just north-ish from here.
The Moonlit Grove.
Oh, that is a place where it does go, but it's more like the beast lives underneath the grove. Very dangerous. Not the kind of thing one should approach unprepared. That last group seemed very unprepared. You and your group seem much more prepared. Yes, I think you would survive a little bit longer before getting eaten.
And how do you know of this place?
Oh, I've seen it coming and going and going and coming. From time to time, it seems to not give much care about the villagers or the people in the immediate surroundings. Most of the time, it spends in its lair doing whatever it does, its plans and plots and schemes, and only seems to come out when it needs food or information.
And when it needs information, has it come to you? I understand it doesn't always seem like the beast that it is.
It's hard to say. I know that some dragons have an ability similar to that. Yes, I suppose this dragon certainly could. There have been several new individuals in the village over the last few weeks since the dragon came. Could be any number of them. Could even be someone in the village that we already know. And I just don't know that they're actually a dragon because I don't go in the village very often. Honestly, any one of you could be the dragon.
So it could
Or you
be-
could be.
That's right.
Indeed, I could be. Though, to be quite honest, I assumed it was probably your, and his eyes kind of flip over to Yandere a little bit, a friend. Sorry, it's just all the green that you're wearing. I just assumed.
Oh yeah, I am wearing a lot of green.
But you know what they say about assuming.
You're usually
No, was it something else?
No, actually, I don't.
Well,
And who is they?
whenever-
Are you talking
the
about the people
general-
in the village? Have
I'm
I
talking about
mentioned I don't go to the village very often?
you have mentioned you don't go to the village very often, but it is a general population saying from where I'm from that when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, and by ass, it's generally referred to as kind of an embarrassment or
Yes.
when you call someone an ass,
Master
like a donkey.
Thorn.
Wait, so you can make a
Master
donkey out of
Thorn.
somebody?
No, it's. I'm not getting. I'm not gonna get into the
See?
logistics
Your
of these
friend
things.
knows the play as well. Master Thorn wrote one about the Feywild. They turned someone into an ass.
Yeah, they turn a lot of
So-
people into donkey.
I just whisper to
Indeed.
Caleb, how do we ever get anything done?
We don't. It just
What do
happens.
you mean they turn them into donkeys?
We react. We
I'm
don't. we
gonna
don't-
say in Vorad's ear, we don't get anything done. Fate just throws shit in front of us.
I
And
am God.
What
Eric's name isn't Fate.
if you came with us to the grove? Would you recognize the dragon impersonating somebody?
I don't know. Depends on the form they're in. But going to the grove, I don't know that I would want to do that. I mean, the Moonlight Grove is very beautiful. It is a place of true nature. Certainly, one should see it, but it, as I said, it's dangerous. You wouldn't want to go down the hole. That's where it lives, and as I said, it's very dangerous.
Like,
Wait, we're escorting something to a hole?
no. Oh God, I hope not.
Yandre's just waiting for that escort mission.
No.
How? I'm assuming you've survived so long out here by yourself. Do you have a particular set of skills that might benefit you? Because, I mean, you clearly don't look like you have a lot with you. You're using tools, weaponry.
Well, that's because I don't spend an awful lot of time in this particular form. As I leave, and even a lot of time, I spend in the form of an animal. That is one of my abilities. I can commune with nature and know all about the wood, as you know. Or if you don't know, you certainly should know. These woods are ancient and filled with magic. Very ancient magic. That's why Lady Isadora is here. Her family has been here for generations, and they know all kinds of things about this place. I also think that's why the dragon came, to get to know some of those things.
So you're a
Hey,
druid.
do you just eat like whatever you find? Like, have you
It
identified what
depends.
is a hallucinogen and what isn't?
Oh, yes, and there are a number of hallucinogenic mushrooms and herbs out here. Quite a few poisonous ones,
Where?
too. Did you want me to show? Oh, yes, of course. Here, most of them grow underground, and he kind of reaches into his little pocket, and he pulls out this one that's got like a very thin, kind of wiry mushroom and a very thin kind of pale blue cap with like little white spots on it. This is one of the ones you'll want to eat. You'll want to, you might want to expose it to some heat first, as the spores in it can also give you a sort of unfortunate infection of fungal growth. So
What?
you need to heat it up to kill the spores before you ingest it. But I guarantee you, you eat it or make some tea out of it after letting it steep for a good long while, it does the job very well. Also
much
is
would
good
you
for
like for
headaches. Nature provides.
Thank
It is
you.
not right for
Okay.
me to charge you for something that nature has so graciously provided. I provided this to you that way you might see them as you go forth.
Thank you. I like this guy.
I think we're gonna. I don't know. Do we want to go to the Grove? Maybe the other party went to the Grove, and we can maybe catch up to them or find their bones.
I mean, I had more questions, but you were asking him about like what he eats in the forest. So,
That mushroom in particular is called dreamcap.
ooh,
Just be careful about that.
I had some mushrooms a couple months ago that knocked me right the f out.
This, well, doesn't make you go to sleep, but it does give you some dream-like.
Oh, that's what it was, but I felt like I was dreaming. So, like, sleepy time. I think I still have some. That's another story. So the last time you saw those other people, the other Izal and them, you told them to go to this certain area, and you haven't seen them since?
Oh, I told them about it. I don't know if they went there or not. You see, the people in the village did not like them either. They also were asking about some places that they could go to um, hide out a little bit. I pointed them to a different place that would probably be more safe. It's part of a building. See, it was buried. I don't know how long ago. It was part of, well, Lady Isadora's family. They did things there, magical things. I can't say for certain.
Hmm. Out of all the people that have come to the town recently, who do you think might be the dragon? And I will use minor illusion to create little versions of everyone. It's like there's the bard here, Arden. We actually brought him to the city. Then there's this weird dude who sold Caleb some stuff. And then there's...
If I have to be terribly honest, I've always suspected that Lady Isadora herself was the dragon. After all, her family's been here for a very long time, and if she has such deep connection to the forests. Besides, dragons of that kind, well, they are typically intelligent, and Lady Isadora is certain of that.
Right. Okay.
Or maybe it's me and I've simply forgotten. I don't know. It's hard to tell, really. Am I a dragon who thinks he's a human who can turn into animals? Or am I a dragon that can turn into animals and humans? I just don't remember which. I don't.
Do you know what would solve this conundrum in your mind? I reach into my bag to the bottom of it and pull out some mushrooms. Like, these might help to clear you right up. Maybe.
I have some of those, thank you.
Oh, well, you should try more of them.
Well. But anyway, you were saying about places. You wanted to go places.
Oh, yeah, we gotta check in to see where the others all might have gone to. The dragon might be hanging out someplace. I mean, we got a lot of places we have to go. But you said you were a druid then, because you can change into animals and things.
Maybe, I don't know. Nature has simply given me that ability.
Have you ever held on to a seed and thought for a while and then it sprouted in your hand?
Oh, yes, I've done that. Nature, yeah. It and I have a good relationship. If it knows that I want to sprout some flowers, it usually helps me along. It's not really me that does it, you understand. It's nature, but it's been very nice to me.
We had a druid friend. He's out being a better druid now. I think he went to druid. Is there a druid school? I
don't know. I've certainly never been to school. They said I was incorrigible.
Well, I encourage you to do whatever you want.
No, incorrigible. It means I can't be taught.
That's one of the words that my friend probably would have had the trouble figuring out too.
Is your friend inept?
You know, the word has come up quite a few times in conversations.
Well, that's quite unfortunate. There's really not much you can do with, at a certain point. Anyway, I'm sorry, I digress. You said you wanted me to lead you to the place where the dragon sleeps, yes?
If you kind of meander your way over there, we'd love to follow you.
Oh, it's not that far. It's not that far, really. It's in the northern section of the Moonlit Grove, the north part of the bank. Well, it's a beautiful place. If nothing else, you should see it. You can really feel nature there.
I look forward to it. We should really do that.
Okay, well, when did you want to go?
I mean, if you got nothing planned right now.
Oh, I was going to maybe spend some time as a fox, or perhaps fly through some trees, but, I think this will. Oh, you know what? I can lead you there as a fox. Yes, two birds, one stone. Oh, no, shouldn't say that. That's not very, kind to nature. Stones and birds. Yes, a bird and a stone.
Where it's worth two in the bush.
But what is a stone bird?
It'll be him in probably about 45 minutes if he takes some of the shrooms.
I'm just imagining this guy as like a 20th level druid, not knowing anything about the capabilities that he has, stoned off his ass all the time. And just some motherfucker.
He's Redagast
Yes,
Brown
please.
is what he is. Just with
What do you
more
mean I
drugs.
can cast a beam of sunlight that can scorch through people?
I use it to cook my bacon. That's donated to me from
Nature
the local,
provides.
from the local bacon beast.
You mean conjure food?
No, like
You cast
Hey,
conjure food,
that-
right?
That's possible.
it's just tofu. It's just
It's
a
like Caleb casts
tofu-shaped
conjure
bacon.
food, and it's just an Adak wanders into your camp, and Borad's like, well,
Things
you
kick
know,
in and he just murders it.
Do I have anything on me that could easily heat up this mushroom?
on you?
No,
No.
You have a wizard.
You have a wizard.
we're
Yeah.
not dragging you through the forest while you're tripping balls.
That sounds like the perfect time to search for a dragon. Bruh, like, why aren't you taking
No.
shrooms?
Well, you could
Are you
always
gonna-
try.
Are you going to partake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get his special book out. I mean, I've got
Yeah.
some poison that was not supposed to be poison. Well, that's the way I
Yep.
bought it.
I have to pull out my nice big book that has all of my rules for herbs, mushrooms, and narcotics.
Well, is there
You know
going to
who's
be...
all-
Okay, hold on, though. I got to be a responsible drug user. Is there going to be an interaction with the potion that I might have to drink if around a dragon?
You don't know.
I'm still going to do it.
Hey, it might like instantly sober you up or make you just void all of your bowels. All of them.
Start of combat.
Every
Hold on, I gotta take a
orifice
shit.
will be just clear. This is a potion enema, but for your soul and also your organs.
Your insides.
Become your outsides.
Mm.
I mean,
Ayahuasca.
a lot of times to not
It really
take
clears up the
drugs
sinuses.
would probably be going into a dragon fight. Would be like top of the list of don't do this, but why not?
But I think a green dragon would probably be the best to do this into, because red dragon would just kill you, a blue dragon would just kill you. All the others would just kill you.
So, look, I will listen to the group feedback here. Is this legitimately a terrible idea?
Nah,
We
you're good.
don't know the actual effects of the mushroom, so we don't know whether that's a yes or a no.
I say it's a good
Like-
idea because
I
The
say
mushroom could make you immune to
story-wise,
illusions.
it's a great idea.
we're gonna lose you in the forest if you take the drugs anyway. So you'll never meet the dragon.
I'm gonna have to find some way to like leash you to me.
The party dies in combat because I'm not there.
You see what your initiative could have been. You would have gone first. You see what your first attack roll would have been. It was a crit.
You would have one shot at the dragon.
But yeah,
The
in all
last-
honesty, I
You're
have
tripping
no
balls in the
idea.
woods.
Well, you'll be fine. There's
But-
ways around that, and it's magic. We'll find a way.
As long as it's not something like Baal that knocks you on your ass completely for like 24 hours.
And does magic shit.
And even then, we'll know that beforehand.
I do know there are mishaps for taking 2 potions that have effects.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just freely just chug 5 potions to get a whole bunch of bonuses. Only really one of them works right. The rest of them, it's like drinking Red Bull and then chugging a bunch of milk.
That sounds disgusting.
It is. Red Bull almost instantaneously sours milk.
Ew.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's gross.
Science. We learned something today.
Ew.
I
That's...
didn't want to learn though.
Well, now I gotta go buy a Red Bull and like a small thing of milk just to see.
Well,
Oh God, no.
I mentioned voiding your bowels earlier. This would definitely do this. If you thought you
Get me out of
weren't
work.
lactose intolerant, well, you certainly will be then.
Joke's on you. I am. Huh?
Oh God,
What could go wrong?
a lot.
Hey, yeah, I can't come in today. Why not?
Red Bull. Gives you...
I drank some Red Bull and milk. What do you mean? Don't do it.
Well, I ate my
Boss,
breakfast.
next day, I should have listened to you.
Bull milk. It gives you stings.
Don't say bull milk. The sweet nut milk. Now we know what
Yeah,
it is.
You wanna try this drink I just made? It's called bull milk. Are you sure you just admitted?
You can't get milk from a bull, though.
Yeah. So
Are you sure?
okay,
We were
we're
waiting for you,
gonna
Eric.
rain it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, you guys were just going on and on and on, and I tried not to cut off the banter, but
No, dude.
been-
cut-
I saw you
it's been
looking
off the
away.
rails for a little while.
You're looking away, so I just kept going.
Yep, just making notes. So, you're going to have Caleb heat the mushroom up. Okay. As he does, you see everything kind of swell up a little bit, kind of like a weird yellow or blue-white piece of popcorn with a piece of like foam noodle kind of attached to it. You go and eat it. It's got a really
Not
interesting.
good tasting.
Yeah, not really that good tasting. But I do need you to roll me a Constitution save.
I guess you'll get the +3. I'm sure we're near each other.
Do I get the +3?
If you
Yeah.
want it.
So that's a 9.
Really doesn't matter.
You
at
gotta
this point,
be
then.
fucking kidding me. Okay.
Hey man, it's a D20, Eric.
No, well, it was a Constitution save, and he got bonuses to it. Well, all right. Let me make a note of that since you failed it.
I can't get a 9 on a Constitution save.
Oh, do you get other bonuses too?
Well, I have a high Constitution and I'm proficient.
Oh, and proficiency.
And if there's any type of poison, I have advantage against it.
Okay. So, Full Red. It takes a little bit of time before it kicks in. As you go, Elias shapeshifts into a fox and is kind of like bounding over sections of the river, just kind of taking you guys northeast. At first, you kind of feel yourself kind of listing a little bit, and then it's almost like that weird like feeling like when you take Halcyon or something and like words start sliding off the page, where it seems like the depth perception kind of gets a little odd. And as you're kind of looking around, you and your party seem to be moving kind of slow paced, while everything around you is moving really quickly, or at least you perceive it that way. And even more interesting, a whole bunch of the trees here seem to be glowing and like giving off this kind of gold vapor, and that just kind of spreads out into the world and like starts coming together and twisting and forming like these little flowing river threads. It's fucking weird. But you can say that it's like you have like it's like a Highlander moment where you almost kind of feel like one with nature, right? You are both a being in nature and nature itself looking back on you, the being that is in nature. It's a bit of a mindfuck. Yeah.
I'm just gonna kind of stop for a second.
You okay, Volred?
We're like nature.
What?
We're nature.
Do I need to carry you?
No, I'm being carried by nature, as we all are in this realm. And then I start walking again.
Would you mind rolling me a D4, Volred?
4.
You temporarily learned the druid craft.
Yikes. No. Trying to figure out how long you're going to be high for. It's 1d4 plus 1 hours. So congratulations. This is going to persist for 5 hours.
5 hours of summer every
Five.
day.
5 hour trip fast. Fuck.
So, yes.
He's tired.
After about an hour or so of walking, you guys reach the section of the forest, the heart of the Silverwood, referred to as the Moonlit Grove. Called so because this part of the forest, the trees grow their absolute highest. Some of the deciduous trees that you see here are a mixture of heartwoods, yew and alder, some oak, most all of which are at this point in time growing more than 100 feet high. You can tell that some of them are growing as tall as like 150. That kind of come down and have this veritable layers of canopy, making this section that you're at quite a bit darker than the forest around, despite the fact that it's still early afternoon, except for large open areas around the river where like shafts of light come down. That's almost with the sort of twilight feel of the under canopy here, being a bit too bright after traveling in this part of the wood for so long. Nonetheless, as Elias and other people around have told you, this is an area of convergence between the two main forks of the Starry Water River, which comes down from sections of the plateau and the mountain in these cascading shelves of rock and dirt, causing these rivers to fracture out into dozens of different little rivulets, cascade down numerous waterfalls, constantly rejoining, cascading, breaking apart, reforming, until there's it's not actually a lake, but a section of the river here where just the sheer volume of the water has eroded the immediate area away over time. leading to a bulge in the river mouth that, if necessary, could hold water. The sounds of flowing water and nature are all about you. Volred, you are seeing like god rays reflecting off all the mirrored surfaces of the water, almost kind of making it feel as though you are in a forest that is on a cloud surrounded by light. And it's a wonderful feeling. But yes, truly beautiful. But Elias is kind of sitting there this point in time, coming out of his fox form. Because, yes, as I said, quite beautiful indeed. Can't you just feel the nature?
Yes.
You seem to be enjoying the mushroom.
Yes. Beautiful. The nature.
Of course. Well, as you can see, just a little bit, and he kind of gestures off to the western fork of the river, as and kind of up its waterfalls. Up there, at the top of that section, if you travel, just a little bit longer, you'll come to a section of rock, an entrance. Well, it's not actually a cave per se, but it opens up to a fissure in the earth. You can go down and enter that way. I can show you, but to get down there, you're going to need some rope. You did bring rope, yes?
Yes, we did. Or at least I have some.
Okay, let's go. Well, I suppose I'll walk with you. Normally I fly, but I suppose I should show you the way.
Are there any noticeable tracks of other individuals that have come through within the past couple days?
You doing just a quick look, or are you actively searching?
Well, if we're going at the speed of a drugged-out Volred, I imagine I have some kind of time.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is, you just trying to take a look, or are you handing over bushes and investigating the area?
I'll go investigating the area because.
Can I do my own separate investigation?
Sure.
Can I just take a quick cursory look?
Sure.
Do I have magic powers to see anything that others can't?
You see God
You
rays.
certainly think so.
So what is the cursory look?
So as you're taking a quick cursory look, this area is absolutely picturesque, beautiful. You do kind of look around and see some evidence of local wildlife, but you don't see any evidence of people, either footprints or evidence of encampment or anything like that. This area feels relatively unspoiled.
Cool.
So would mine be investigation or survival?
Investigation.
All right.
But you can roll survival if you'd rather. It's just the information you get is going to be a little different.
One of those
Plus-
is a +4, the other's a +0, and I'm looking for tracks. So
Yep.
Roll
And
the survival on my investigation.
I'm going for disturbed nature kind of stuff.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go survival because I think that give me the information I'm looking for. Hey,
Pretty good.
that's a 23.
so, between Izal and Caleb looking around and inspecting areas, you do eventually find some marring on trees that look like some kind of blade had struck them, as well as what looks like some dried blood. From what you can tell, Izal, it's at least a few days old. And there is some evidence of some tracking or some tracks. It looks like there's some areas where like branches were snapped and things like that. But it's been so many days since the tracks came through, you can't necessarily follow them or make them out. Just that something did come through here.
All right. Would any of the dried blood have bits of like fur in the area, or would I just?
No bits of fur.
Okay, so I'm going to make my assumptions. Well, something happened here a little while ago. I don't see any definitive tracks of like a direction though, so it could have started and ended around here, but let's see what we can find when we go farther in. How you doing?
Yeah, I mean,
Volred, how
we-
you doing?
I feel great.
Awesome.
can Greater Restoration cure this, or
I don't know, you're a paladin, can't you do your own thing?
I can't cast Greater Restoration. What are you talking about?
Neither can I.
Also, Greater Restoration is expensive.
I'm not,
You wanted to look at
dude, what it
Oh, is
Volred?
it Lester? Is it Lester that does the?
I'm gonna look at Volred and do my own little inspection to see
Roll of medicine.
how his faculties are.
His pupils are like saucers.
4. 4 is perfectly fine.
You rolled a 1.
No, you look through it. You're not sure. I mean, you can see obviously the eyes, the pupils are very well dilated. You can see the blood vessels are bulging a little bit. You're not entirely sure, but however happy Volred's attitude may be, you get the sense that like this mushroom, just on a cursory look, as you inspect him, it's being really rough on his body. That much is obvious. As to beyond that, you don't know.
I'm gonna ask Volred to shoot at a tree.
Hold on, before you do that, did he not cook the mushroom first? He did?
He did.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure. I stepped away for a second on that part. Go ahead.
So the spores didn't get to him, but
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
All right.
He's not a Mike and it zombie guy. He's not a Last of Us character.
Oh, good. That was an option.
I grab my bow and arrow and ask which tree.
point to a specific tree.
We'll make sure he's not aiming at me or like one of our party.
Yeah, Yander's gonna move behind Volred and not in front of him.
I'm just gonna say like to his side, and if he turns, just
And I shoot.
There goes our guide.
Okay.
He assassinates him.
Give me a roll, Volred.
D20, D attack
It's
roll.
an attack roll. Yeah.
Okay, so far it's not a disadvantage.
You don't know.
Yeah.
16.
You release the arrow. The rest of your party sees the arrow sail wide to the left of the tree. You, however, Volred, see your arrow hit the tree, and then suddenly eyes pop out of the tree, and they go, "Oh," and the tree just fall over dead.
I killed it. Oh no.
I like peek over his shoulder, then look where he was looking, and look back, and then I look back at everybody else. I'm like, he's fucked.
Guys, I killed the tree.
you didn't kill the tree.
You missed.
You're all right.
It had a family. What did you do?
He's all.
no.
Please do not exacerbate him.
I look at the other trees and see if there's like a reaction from the family.
No.
There's a little bit of shaking in fear
From the trees, or is that
from the
Volred?
trees. From the trees.
I whisper loudly, no witnesses.
Shut up. He's off.
What if I give the tree a potion?
Go heal it.
It's
Here.
not. No, do not waste the potion.
Okay.
He's all stopped antagonizing them.
Oh, screw you. You were asleep for most of the day.
I'm going to ask our guide. How much longer until we actually get there?
Let's go, Elias.
Once we get up to the top there, we'll pretty much be there. Just a few minutes, assuming you guys have decent climbers.
How long have we been? Has he been high as a kite?
It's been about an hour.
Okay.
Ah,
We don't know how long it's going to be.
Nope.
I know.
You just know that he is in it.
I'm going to ask our guide. About how long do these effects usually last?
He kind of looks. Oh, it depends. It could last a couple hours or several hours. It just kind of depends on how his body is reacting. He kind of takes a quick look at Volred, is like grabbing his face, is like pushing down to see the eyes. Like, your friend is really still on the up. It may be a few hours yet before he's done. I suppose you could release the effect, but given how bloodshot his eyes are, I'm afraid his body might react poorly to that.
So he's not even peaking yet?
No.
I guess
From what I
not.
can see, he might be a couple hours still left before that.
A couple hours?
Indeed.
Fuck.
All right.
Some good
Izal,
shit.
do you want to go up first, or you want me to go up first? If I go up first, I'm
Yes.
putting a rope down.
It appears your friend has very little tolerance for these mushrooms. I don't think it will be pleasant when he comes down off of them. You might have to deal with this more long term, as the substance he imbibed is known to be quite addictive.
Oh, shit.
Yo, didn't y'all say that Volred has a problem with being addicted to shit?
And
He's has an
Volred
addictive
definitely
Evidently.
failed. It had a very low addiction rate, and Volred still managed to fail.
He's got an
So,
addictive personality. It was bound to happen.
yep, this is like one of those drugs where first time he's hooked.
You gave him mushroom heroin. Neat.
Oh,
How high is the cliff we have to go up?
Looks about 20 feet.
Okay.
30 feet lower.
Is
than
it
vulnerable.
like difficult, or is it just like rock?
No. Like it's a series of little waterfalls. So think of it like really big steps, stairs.
Oh, okay.
I will go last in case Volred decides to
Yeet.
be a bird.
All right. One more thing. Adrenaline. What type of effects will adrenaline, such as combat, have with this?
Dunno.
Dreamcap has a nature of manipulating a person's perspective of time. It's possible he could get an awful lot of energy and work recklessly. It's also possible that he could anticipate a slowdown and him reacting very slowly. This was not really a good idea if you were intending on fighting the dragon,
Oh, really?
but at least he's having a good time.
Sure. Alright. Alright. And I'll just start stepping up the.
We made
Step.
the bed. We're gonna lay in it. I can start climbing.
Me?
We're waiting for him to finish climbing.
We? Who's we?
He made the bed. We're gonna lay in it.
And us all.
I mean, yeah, but he's his own fucking person.
And you're a bad person.
I'm like neutral.
Whoa, I mean, you do push the envelope
I
sometimes.
let you do what you want to do.
You don't have to keep promoting it, though.
Yeah, it's like have a banner I was having made, but we left the city before I get it. Do what you want to do. It's gonna put it on the front of the house, but
I wouldn't put that out in front of the house because it's probably advertising for it to be
You know,
robbed.
this all just needs to like put a little small thing on the bottom of it that says, "Or else I'm gonna tell you to do it anyway."
I was just gonna go with just do it, but I was told I couldn't make that as a sign.
Yeah, it's trademarked.
What the fuck?
There's a sandal company.
What's a trademark?
It's
Never
like a
mind, climb up
trade.
there. Climb
The
up
mark.
there. Just get to the top.
Yeah, whatever. Just yelling down at y'all. Just come on.
Damn, he got up there fast.
So, you guys climb up the side of these little waterfalls, and make your way up along the bank a little bit. And there is this kind of it's not really a cliff face. It's another shearing up of rock. That has this kind of bright white limestone type color, and there, kind of amongst a tangle of underbrush and bushes, you see this opening, probably about 10-foot wide and 20-foot long, schism in the earth that kind of drops down into an under area, about 20 or so feet beneath you. And you can see from this way, just taking a quick look down, what looks like paved stones, flooring, the inside of a building, though ruined.
Hey, Kayla, the last time you went in one of these, you got a book.
Do I see anything that I might be able to grab from down there?
It's a book.
No. The area immediately beneath you has been open to the elements. So,
Okay. You first.
Who?
Yeah.
What? But there's like darkness down there.
We can see. Oh, Lord. I'll set up a rope and go down.
Light. Globulous flight. Go down in the circle. See? Light.
I mean,
We can see in the dark, Kale.
okay. Well, what if there's like a color trap? We need the light. Well,
So
Mac,
who-
I'll keep an eye on Volred.
Who can see in the dark?
Don't let them. I'm just gonna look for Volred near the hole. Just don't let him jump.
Okay. So don't say anything that might entice him to jump. Gotcha. Not a word. Not for me. You can guarantee it. Would say a word.
How far down was it again, Dio?
about 20 feet.
Okay. So just
Go ahead.
no. I'll hook up the 50 foot of rope to a nearby tree or rock that is large enough to support. I think really just me being the heaviest.
Okay.
And go down.
Okie dokie. So, you descend down into the structure beneath you, and come down what looks like kind of an entrance hall in a much larger chamber. immediately behind you, there is kind of a stone dais with this kind of alcove um, that looks as though it had like a um, light relief of some figure at some point in time. But the elements over years, decades, centuries, who knows, have kind of weathered that. Um, and before you, the room opens up, but there's kind of a thin 10-foot section that opens into the larger room, whereas there's a set of staircases to your left and right, which each go up to a raised kind of gallery area that rests about 3 foot higher than the elevation you're at, that seems to span out around the edges of the room. Um, and from where you're at, about 60 feet in front of you, um, kind of starting to press into the area of your dark vision, there is still light coming down, of course. Um, but this is the part where that light is starting to give way to the darkness. You can see like a circular dais with columns that seems to just beyond it give way to a smaller dais that continues to rise with yet more columns. And it's hard to say exactly, but you think you can make out kind of a large door in that area, but you can see some kind of pale blue light in that direction that is just kind of strained for sight.
No. I am going to. I want to look around in my general immediate-ish area for claw marks or large disturbings of rubble uh, that may indicate that the dragon roosts here um, or moves through here.
Okay. Taking a quick look around at the immediate area, you see no evidence using passive perception that really anyone comes through here, at least not in the area that you're at right now.
Okay, well, there's not much. There's a weird, faint blue light at the end of the tunnel, but I mean, it's not a white light like I'm gonna die, so
Don't go into the light.
no, don't go into the light. But I mean, I don't see anything down here immediately trying to kill us.
Okay.
Do you want to come down and investigate the light, or do you just want to?
Seems dangerous.
I know. That's why I'm putting it up to a discussion. So we are a group.
Do we have a way of like searching this out without us immediately going in? Caleb, you had that eyeball thingy.
What about you? Just got an owl, or a bat.
Oh yeah.
I would prefer to send the owl, as the arcane eye does drain my resources quite a bit.
Well then, like
Oh,
if the owl does die, God forbid, is that gonna hinder you in some way for a while, or?
No.
Okay, then send the owl, and we don't have to walk down there and go get murderized by whatever the fuck is waiting.
what's the name of the owl?
Splish, right?
I'm asking
Yes.
Kelmac.
I know the bat is Sunny,
No, it's
right?
not. Oh yeah, Bat's Sunny. Yeah.
I don't think I've met the octopus.
Named
Octopus
Windy.
is Windy.
Yes.
But only because you named the owl Splish for some stupid reason.
Because we do opposites.
Yeah.
The
And that started with Arthur, I think.
Well, we demanded you name your animal that you sent out to go die. So, and Sunny was, I
In
think
any
Sunny
case,
was the first one we named because Sunny, you always have the bat. The bat was always your primary.
Yeah, because I don't have dark vision.
Yeah. So it should be in Sunny form still because Sunny was the
Yeah.
last one we used.
Sunny's the one that I use most often.
He's the primary.
I'm going to pull out Sunny, and I'm going to ask them to investigate down that direction that Kelmac is pointing. And for the first foreseeable 100 feet, 200 feet, I think.
I'll generalize. It's like 100,
little-
140 feet maybe
Well,
before
I'm
it.
going to look through its eyes.
I like that we sent Cal back first and then Sunny.
Yeah, well, you know.
Something useful. Send
Order of
Operations.
some
Anyway,
parentheses.
so-
PEMDAS.
Closability.
But anyway, so Sunny descends in and heads off into the direction you pointed off. Sunny, or I guess as you're looking, seeing through its eyes and stuff, you come out and you see a somewhat opulent chamber, Caleb. It seems the primary focus is a large set of stone doors that sits just beyond a raised dais that also holds a well of some kind, or more specifically, a pool of water flanked by columns. That gives way to a lower dais that kind of covers the other part of it, again with more columns. That kind of flanks out into a gallery which surrounds the room with kind of these two like really massive stone statues flanking that section. And as you kind of move towards the south area of the room, it just kind of narrows back down into an entrance chamber with a few rooms off to your left and right. And the whole area appears overgrown, like it's got ferns and trees and such in it. Specifically, the light that Kelmac mentioned. In the north area of the room, directly between the large stone door and the pool of water, is an arcane circle. Glyph 20 feet by 20 feet and glowing with a dim light. There are also runes upon the door, magical from what you can tell, but they do not look familiar to you.
Magical circle. Do I know what type of circle it is? Whether it's summoning, whether it's just a empowerment circle or a ritual.
No clue.
Okay. And you said there's
from
runes on the
yeah,
door
from all you-
that I don't know about?
Yeah, the runes on the door are not magical symbols you're familiar with. The sigils on the ground looks to be kind of like a hex shape, with 3 of the points having circles, and then the centers of those 3 circles make a triangle that sits in the middle of the hex shape. So it's as far as you understand, the construction of the circle is kind of one where disparate elements might go into, like, say, empower or join magic together. But as to what specifically this is supposed to do, you don't know.
Okay. I will relay what I see to the party. I don't see any individuals or. Okay, do I see any signs of recent life in this room? Like stuff moved
Mm,
around or anything like that?
not that you can see. This whole place looks reasonably undisturbed, which is honestly somewhat surprising to you considering its proximity to what everyone has told you is a very popular tourist attraction. Although you would possibly know that um, the area around where Kelmac is at has an awful lot of like dirt and rubble stone, which leads you to believe that this opening, this chamber, was probably only recently unearthed.
Is there anything scary?
I will.
Depends. Are you a scaredy cat?
You wanna
Ah!
you wanna suck my ass?
Can't see you, Australia.
Whoa!
I'm going to relay what I see.
The back's been killing me.
Um, I think if anything else, it is something worth investigating. But as of the current goals, I don't see this room giving us any more than what we want. This would be something new.
I mean, we don't have to go in there.
Well,
Right
I'm
now.
getting out the hole then. If we ain't doing nothing with it, I don't think we should be poking around at stuff that we ain't got no real business messing with.
I had to do the rope. Never mind.
I'm sure I don't have to roll anything to climb out the rope.
With enough time, I mean, you can make it out, no problem.
Take tens.
All right. I don't feel like investigating into the newly uncovered dark cavern.
Ominous magic circle with a foreboding giant door.
We should probably gather more information, ask around the city, see what they might know. But Elias, thank you so much for taking us here.
Oh, yes, of course. My pleasure. Now that you know where it's at, then you can come by from time to time if you like. We can talk more about nature, and I have some more mushrooms that your friend could partake in. If he's interested, of course.
I'm sure he'll have his own thoughts about that in about another 12 hours.
Well,
Is there anything that you might want? Because you showed us this area. I know you kind of let nature provide for you, but in a way, nature provided us to come to you. So maybe we can get you something.
That is true. That is true. Well, no, not really. Although, one thing I can't make for myself too well is some good mead. If you could bring some, that would be good. And I could maybe show you the nature, or answer some other questions, or I don't know, show you around a little bit.
Well, we'll see what we can do for you then.
Okay. Well, that's nice.
We're gonna head back then. See if we can figure
Me
out what's in
too.
there. Oh,
Goodbye. And he
an animal.
wild shapes into a bird and starts flying off.
One stone.
That is one interesting individual.
Laura, are you alive over there still?
nature.
Cool, he's breathing. All right.
All right, I'll go first, and I'll help him down.
Oh, are we going back in the hole?
Oh hell no! I mean, go first, like down the waterfall thing.
Ah,
I'm
okay.
going in that hole right now. There's a lot of people we gotta ask questions about.
That's a future problem.
We get the lady to come out here in her old magic business, and
What lady?
isn't that Isadora magic?
The Baroness of this area? Yeah, we'll just ask her to come check out this hole we found.
Well, I missed the section where she was introduced.
Because you were busy sleeping.
No, I wasn't.
Cat naps. That's information I got.
I do not
So
like being
I didn't portray
teased
that
about missing
information.
information.
Well, I didn't give that information out to other people either, so.
I was very busy.
We'll need to go meet her first. And although crackhead Elias over here thinks that that person might be the Green Dragon, and that might not be the best way of approaching it, we should approach it with cautionary measures to make sure that he's not right. But first, we have to help Volred off of this cliff face before he becomes one with nature and discovers gravity.
Drowns?
Well, that's the fall that'll probably be the issue. Alright, come on. Down you go. Help Volred
One
down.
step at a time. One step at a time.
Okay. So you guys make your way back to town.
Yeet.
Making your way now. Okay. So, yes, from where you guys are located, it will take you guys a couple hours to get back to town.
Oh, it's peak.
Volred at this point has obviously peaked. Sometime on the way back, that's just more of you had to slow down a little bit because maybe he was eating tree or leaves, hugging trees. Lord only knows what he would do and when he's in full one with nature mode. But whatever it is, you're sure it's the kind of thing that you don't talk about after this.
I am telling literally every person I know who would want to know.
Yes. At any rate, you guys will return to Silverwood right around sunset. What did you guys want to do at this point?
Right when we get to the edge of the woods before we get into town, I'll yell, "Look out, Volred, a werewolf!" And I'll make a minor illusion of a werewolf behind him. Just a minor thing, and then we'll just keep going.
I run off in the other direction.
Oh, fuck.
Which would be towards the town. Because it's faster.
Yeah.
See, look, problem solved. What are the odds he gets kicked out of the one tavern in the city?
Hi.
One of us has already done it.
Volred. We should go catch him. I'm gonna go try to catch him. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, you take care of that.
So what's our plans now?
This was a fun trip.
I don't know. I got kicked out of a tavern earlier. And then they just let him eat shrooms. He's fucked.
Yeah, he's gonna be pretty fuckered.
He's gonna have to sleep it off.
He's gonna be screwed tomorrow.
For the next, 3 days.
Yeah, you guys told him to eat the shrooms.
I didn't tell him to eat the shrooms.
You said he'd be fine.
I said, I think he may be fine.
Well, you still said positives, dude. You fucked him.
He drinks more than me. I would think his body
You
could hold up against
you fucked.
I'll not pass.
You fucked him.
Yeah.
And you did too.
I ran off. I'm not there.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking to Caleb.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say a thing.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I cooked it.
So you helped him.
You heated up his crack
Enabler.
pipe. Way to go.
Now I don't get to fight a dragon because now we have to wait for him to cool off.
Where's a bucket of water?
I got a jug. We're good.
I got that reference, Caleb.
Ah,
I would eventually try to catch up to Volred and just kind of chill with him in the middle of, I don't know where in the town he would have ran off to, but we're there.
let's hit a reset and start over tomorrow.
Y'all don't have any more of those shrooms, right?
No.
I mean, this is the first time that Volred and I have done drugs together.
Does anybody else have the shrooms? Is what I'm asking.
No.
No, sadly.
I was only given one.
I mean, I did show the person other shrooms in the
Yeah.
forest. I have.
He's all does have
I
shrooms,
have drugs.
just not the same kind.
I mean, technically, I think I still do from a while back.
You did shrooms before, and then I did what was technically like a deadly poison, but it was just a bad trip for me. It was good. That was a good day.
Does Yandre want to take shrooms?
No, you guys suck.
He feels left out.
You stopped me from fighting a dragon. Dragons are fucking cool.
Metallic ones, yes.
All dragon. And now I gotta wait. I'm gonna get fucking drunk.
You are more than welcome to wander the woods until you find that green dragon.
I already said I'm gonna get fucking drunk.
Then let's get drunk. But you can't go in the tavern because you got
No,
kicked
you
out.
can't drink with me. You made him eat the shrooms. I'm getting drunk by myself. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk off.
Fine.
There's only
I don't know
one
where you're gonna
tavern.
find liquor when you can't go in the tavern.
He was
I
allowed
go
back
back in
in.
the tavern. I apologize. And he keeps walking.
I didn't know. He apologized.
Catching up forward, I would try to work his way back to the Silver Loot Tavern, whatever it was called.
I'm just gonna. How big is the town? Is it sizable?
No.
No.
Time.
I'll just. Do we have room? Is the tavern also an inn?
You guys have not actually planned for any kind of sleeping arrangements.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll just kind of meet everyone at the tavern, and I'm planning on sleeping in a tent outside the city if there's no rooms to
Yeah.
use, and it seems generally safe, right?
I mean, the sheriff doesn't even lock his doors, so that should tell you something.
I know where I'm going.
Why are you in my bed?
What?
You didn't lock your door.
Door's open. I'm giving Volred water. Come on, buddy.
I drink water.
Come on. You need to stay hydrated.
It is cool,
It is only
refreshing.
going to get worse from here.
So you're gonna try and nurse him until he comes down,
Well, I'm assuming he just went through 5 hours of no water, so this is not going to be good for him.
or if he did drink any liquid, it's probably something he really shouldn't be drinking.
He was left unattended for 3 seconds.
But yes. So, Volred, if you would not mind rolling another Constitution saving throw.
You do not get the +3 because I'm not nearby.
19.
Okay. Um, Thankfully, you seem to come down from the shrooms gracefully, and they leave kind of a cotton ball, dry mouth feeling. Um, but bizarrely, how even though that mushroom tasted bad, you kind of are still like really wanting that taste again. But more than anything, is just that slow retraction from the divine realm, so to speak, and then sitting in your normal, corporeal, earthly form, feeling somewhat empty now, as if you had a divine experience, and now that is no longer a part of your life, it leaves you with a kind of a deep, deep sadness for that.
You okay, buddy?
No.
Well, that's not new.
I feel like I was God. But I'm not.
You are high as a fucking kite.
I felt one with the universe in a way I've never felt. And I've met gods. I've seen the libraries of time. But
I guess, yeah.
that doesn't feel like what I just went through. And now that feeling has been taken away.
Well, I know you were pretty much useless for like 5 hours and you thought you killed a tree.
The tree survived?
Yeah, well, it survived because you didn't hit it, but I mean, you were drinking mysterious like water from plants. You said that everything looked like heaven when in reality it was just like sun rays.
It was all just kind of meh.
You were, I mean, we've done this before. You were tripping pretty hard today.
I wish I never did that.
Probably gonna put this on the list of don't do again.
Probably.
Yeah. Damn.
But that sounds a lot like you just had like an addiction kind of thing. And given your past, I'm gonna say if you need any help, let me know. And I can keep you away or help you in the situation.
Thank you
Probably
for being a friend.
I know when I'm wrong. It happens from time to time. So let me help you when I get the opportunity. Do you remember a naked druid?
A naked druid? No.
Cool. What about a homeless man who lives in the woods?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the same person.
What about?
I'm just checking to see what you remember from your trip.
Eric, how much do I remember?
I mean, you remember pretty much everything. It's just you don't remember it the same way they remember it.
So I'd remember, the conversation, the taking the shrooms, and the whole process.
Yeah, you would remember all that. It's just after a while, it's kind of like a lucid dream that now that you're thinking back on it, you're like, wow, that made no fucking sense.
But what if you could make it make sense? 'Cause
By
you're-
taking more
because
shrooms!
you're addicted.
Y'all don't egg Volred on.
I'm just saying that's probably like the addictive personality of it. It's like, well, how can I? We should keep drugs away from Volred. Like he's been addicted like everything he's tried.
Yeah, Volred tries
Casually,
hard to avoid his life.
alcohol.
Well, he's not the personality that you would want to give him things that would make him feel better because of what he's been through. It's like you don't want to give him stuff. That's bad.
Murder.
All right. We're gonna hobble our way over to the Silver Loot and see if we can get ourselves some lodging.
Rest would be ideal.
Yeah. Want some more water?
Yes.
All right. I'm using the alchemy jug, or to just make fresh water cool. Who makes it there first? Us or the rest of them?
The rest of the party,
Yes.
them, they left before you.
Damn.
And Volred's still nursing a little bit of a headache.
Yeah.
But, yep, as you guys arrive, dinner in full swing. Having a quick conversation with Gwyneth. She kind of eyes you guys, trying to mull over whether or not to offer you any kind of place to stay. And she goes, well, I do on occasion allow some visitors who come through the ability to at least stay on the upstairs landing. It's not very private, and all I really have to offer is a place to put your bedrolls. But it's warm, and at least will keep you out of harm's
The
way.
weather.
There is that too. Especially considering it looks like it may yet rain tonight. But, anyway, I suppose I could let it go, but, I'll be needing 6 copper pieces from each of you. That's per evening, of course.
Sure.
Yep, Yandere will pass over 6 copper pieces.
Done.
I hand
Right.
over 12.
And she just kind of looks at it and goes, is that meant to be a down payment for tomorrow, or are you having issues counting?
No, it's for the jug from earlier.
Ah, right. Well, that is appreciated. Now, about food. Well, tonight we're having meat pies, savory filling, barley soup and bread, and mulled cider. I assume that will be working for you.
Sounds fine.
Right. And then if you guys requiring anything else, we also have apple pie and vanilla ice cream for dessert, if
Ice
you're
cream.
interested in that.
Do you have any chocolate milk?
I do not have chocolate cake with raspberry sauce, though.
Do you have regular milk?
Aye.
I'll take some milk.
Right. Well, I'll bring it out, and might as well get to eating.
I'm gonna give her 20 silver. She's like, I would love some cake. There's
The
ice
apple
cream.
pie.
I want some cake and apple pie and ice cream. Like, forget the food part. I want the dessert. Like,
I'm surprised this place has ice
You
cream.
got fucking ice cream here? Hell yeah.
Yeah, it can be made. Bit of a delicacy, but it's one of very few desserts they actually have on the menu.
Is it chocolate ice cream?
No, it's apple pie with vanilla ice cream, or chocolate cake with raspberry sauce, or both if it's all in order point. So, you guys eat. You still have the evening, whatever you guys want to do.
As the night starts to dwindle down, I would like to meet Gwyneth. It's Gwyneth, right? I'm not just remembering the wrong name because.
Yes.
Okay.
I will be sleeping.
I want to go to her and ask her a few questions real quick.
Okay.
We went out to the forest earlier today, and we met. I think his name is Elias, the weird wild person that lives out there.
Yes, he's the village wild child, so to speak. An odd fellow, but honestly, mostly harmless. It's just. I don't know. Well, Lady Isadora says that he's a druid, or at least has druidic abilities. I suppose she would know. She's a druid herself, so.
Well, he helped us out a little bit earlier today, and he had requested something if we could possibly get it. And I was wondering if we could do a trade, temporarily at least. I pull out my alchemy jug, and sit on the counter. It says a little jug to go. This is a magical jug. It can create all kinds of things. Right now it's full of probably 7 gallons of water, even though the size isn't there. He requested some mead, but my jug can't make mead, so I was wondering if I would let you borrow this for like 2 days or something, and you could give me some mead I can go take him. This can make all kinds of things. Right now it's water, but like it can make beer, vinegar, fresh water, salt water, wine, all kinds of stuff.
I wouldn't worry about that, darling. If Elias is asking for some mead, I can send a couple bottles his way next time you go out. Worst case, if you don't head out again, I'll ask Darian to make a run out there to bring it to him. I do send it to him from time to time. It's a couple of bottles every couple of weeks. It's such a big deal.
Oh, well, thank you then. I'd like to take it out to him because he requested it of us. I do have like 7 gallons of fresh water in here if you need it though, because I was using it to sober up the Volred, but I got a whole bunch of water left if you need it.
That's fine. I have a private well, but I'll make sure the bottles are out, and next time you head out there, just stop by before you go, and I'll give it to you to bring out.
All right. Thank you then.
My pleasure. Well, hopefully you enjoy your evening, and well, whatever it is we're trying to achieve here, good luck, I suppose.
As the night is going down, I'm going to talk to Yandre once he's cooled off a little bit.
As long as you don't pour a glass of water on me, I'll be fine.
I got 7 gallons right here.
Yandre,
Yo,
I was going through my spellbook and trying to see what I should prepare for fighting a dragon.
We're not going to fight a dragon. We're not fighting it until tomorrow.
Yes, and I'm trying to find out what I should prepare for tomorrow. And I think I have something that could come in handy tomorrow. But it's in a different spell book. And I was wondering if I could borrow 200 gold to transcribe it into my spell book.
You're asking me for a loan
Yes.
with interest?
How much interest?
I don't know. My cousin always used to say like 10%, but maybe we could go with like 2.
Okay.
Compounded how often?
So 200 gold. That's a lot of gold. What are you putting in your spell book?
It is a damaging spell that I don't really use very often.
Okay, but that didn't answer my question. What are you putting in your spell book? Because I'm still worried about your little ghosty friend, and just in case you're putting something crazy in your spell book that might hurt us all later on, I need to know what it is.
It is a spell called Blight.
Blight. Okay, so I'm gonna be broke like you for a long time until you get that 200 gold back, and you're putting a spell in your spell book called Blight.
Well, I will say, after we kill a dragon, we will get a bounty of 5,000 gold split between us.
So I get your portion?
You get 204 gold.
It's 210 gold, but okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was just 210 gold, but that's okay.
What do you say?
He said 2%. 2% of 200.
Oh,
is
yeah.
10.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I already said I was going to give you the gold, but that's just a lot. That's a lot of gold.
And this is things like this is the reason why I have no money left. Trying to prepare for all situations gets expensive.
So have you asked other people for 200 gold, or is it just me?
4. It's 4 gold.
4 gold.
I had to
Yeah.
double check. I was like, I had to use a calculator because I suck at math, so I had to make sure.
I have asked Izal for money, and
You owe me way more money than you owe Yandre.
to be fair, I still have a deal worked out with Izal.
The number is infinite, but okay.
Yeah, but Izal always grabs stuff that she knows that you're going to want, so that way she can keep bartering all your stuff away.
Yep. It's because she's always the first one in.
So why you let her do that? And are you going to do that to me?
No.
Oh, damn, because that's an advantage for me. So I'm just...
I can't stop her from doing it.
Yes, you can.
The things that she has, I need.
Yeah, and you could ask her where she got it and why she's holding on to it instead of just giving it to you when it was free reign anyway.
Is you or is you not a party?
You're the one that keep trying to give it away for like other stuff. I would just ask her for it.
That's fair.
But yeah, 200 gold. You take platinum?
Yes.
No, only Electrum.
You take MasterCard?
Take cashier's
Okay,
check.
so that would be 20 platinum.
Do you take money orders?
Not from you.
And it is immediately taken away like this tonight.
Yep, 20 platinum. Yandere will hand over 20 platinum to you. And
Thank you.
it's a loan.
You know. never seeing that money again.
It's true.
Because the moment he gets more gold, he's gonna start adding more spells into his spell book and forget that he has a loan out with me.
Whoops.
But it's okay because he just made a loan with an Eldrin.
Yes, I did. And I'm going to pay it back.
I
With
bet
interest.
Never
For
paid
gold
it
interest.
back.
It's got
Died.
It's got that Jersey interest, that 4%, that whatever interest on there is like
Compounded hourly.
Daily, it's daily, hourly. It's like, oh, shit.
Yeah, no, you were really excited about that 0.5% until you didn't read the contract, and it's
Whenever I ask you, it compounds more.
yeah.
All right. Well, that'll be it for Yandere. Because he didn't get to fight a dragon, and he's out 200 gold.
You had a very negative day. You got hit with
Yeah.
a jug, didn't fight a dragon, lost
Got kicked out of a bar, didn't fight a dragon. I lost 200 gold.
No chocolate milk.
No chocolate milk.
That's bullshit.
No chocolate
This
ice cream.
place sucks.
This is the worst
It's a
town.
prison on a plane of bullshit.
You know, we never
Okay.
did look for the dude who hit you.
Yeah, I didn't even get my apology. Caleb said I would get an apology from that guy.
Would have never promised that. Anyway, no, she didn't. You made that up. You're muted, but yeah.
He said that he had to make an apology as well, correct?
To Gwyneth.
Yeah.
not to Yandere.
Yeah. She only said that Yandere needed to apologize to her. But it doesn't really matter. But anyway, so was there anything else you guys wanted to do before you attempt a long rest?
I would like to request those 2 bottles of mead, and in like the middle of the night, I'm gonna take them out to Wild Boy Elias
Alone?
with no one with me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
We
say that
will-
all stupid decisions have been sponsored by Izal this episode, so I just want to make sure we point that out.
Yeah.
Okay. Make a note of that, and we'll handle that next session. So, I guess we'll go ahead and wrap it there tonight for Chapter 81.
Woo. Lots of stuff
Woot.
happened today.
Yay.
Yeah.
Glad to be back.
So, hey guys, feel free to join us next time on the Black Tower Stories Adventures of Athoria. We will not be here next Tuesday as we have some of our party that has some personal recreational stuff that they got to do. So we will meet you guys in 2 weeks on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central. And I believe next week we're not doing a Jason with Jace because there's no session, correct?
Typically.
Okay. Well, all right. Then no adjacent with Jace next week, as far as we know. Should be one following week after. I know I owe Jace.
I already have
an
an intro
appearance.
written for over a month. You owe me a second.
I
To
know
your
that
house.
I owe. I owe. So maybe it will be me. It will probably be me. But anyway,
You owe
yes.
the Fey payment.
So links to our socials will be in the chat. This is available immediately for VOD on Twitch. Jace usually does some light editing or whatever and gets it over to YouTube in about 2 days or so. So feel free to look at it there. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want to be notified of when those go live. I think that pretty much does it. Just next time you come by, looking forward to seeing you. Bring a friend. Dungeons and Dragons.
Bring 5 friends.
Bring 5 friends. Hey, the thing about tabletop is it's more fun with people. I'm not going to say mo people equals mo fun, Because anyone who's DM'd a game for 13 people knows that that's not necessarily true.
There's
But
like an
watching
exponential
Dungeons and
cutoff.
Dragons, mo people equals mo fun.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
I think
Good
it's time
night.
to
Night.
talk. Bye bye.